Good morning, everybody. That was a very anticlimactic opening of the stream. I forgot because I know my days. I am so good at doing this. Good morning, hello, everybody. Um, there was no really intro today, and I apologize. I was doing a recording and a test earlier, and I forgot to. Hang on, are we? Yeah, I don't even know if I'm live because this is. Oh, yes. Um, I'm so good. I was doing a recording earlier. Hi, Pickles. Good morning. Good morning, Denise. Good morning, Susan, Lois, Paula. Hello. Good morning, everybody. I think I've got everyone. Good morning. Happy Friday. Today's, I just a heads up, it's going to be a very, very interesting day. First of all, I forgot to put my opening because I was recording a video earlier, something that I'm working on, and I had to take the intro video because I just wanted a clean recording of it, and I took it off, but I forgot to put it back in, obviously. So I just pressed the button to go live, and I'm so used to just like yes, go live, and didn't even thought of re-putting the the intro in, so that's gonna be fun. And you're gonna get a wild TCA today because I had about 1 hour of sleep. So I had after the stream yesterday, I did not had a great day because of the anxiety attack thing, and me and Garden Bot, we went to bed and he was tired, so we went to sleep around about what 9 p.m. I think it was, or half nine, close to 10, something like that, and I went to sleep at the same time. I fell asleep and then I woke up about 11 o'clock and I started to have an eczema attack. Great, just to top it off my day. So I was trying to deal with it. I woke up. I could not fall back asleep. Um, and then I just had a nap before we started the stream. So that was it. I slept about an hour. I did had like an half an hour nap, but that was pretty much it. So that was my night. So how are you guys today? How are you doing? Happy Friday. I am trying to get pumped because we might have a verdict today. And I have done a lot of things this morning, including a new section for the spreadsheet. I think one of these days the spreadsheet is gonna be ginormous. I need to maybe stop with ideas, because one of these days we're gonna track how many times they breathe in court. But no, but this new section is when on jury on deliberations, right? Juries can ask questions, obviously, about the case and everything, but we have cases that they ask questions and cases that don't ask questions. So I thought of just putting a column on it that says either if the jury had questions or not. So that's in the new addition to the spreadsheet. The new one, for those who want, will be available well, hopefully tomorrow, if they come with the verdict today, which I think they will. I hope they will, because otherwise that's just way too long um for the verdict. So yeah, okay, hang on. You guys can hear me, correct? Yes. um Feed just kick in, so we are going good today. We might even start earlier. Hey, good morning, Stephanie. Hello. Good morning, my friend. Hi. Good morning. Happy Friday. It is a tired TCA today, but I will try keep the energy up. I have got the feed for the trial here on my phone, just in case. Well, if something happens or anything, we can just jump right on. I have on my phone, but I don't have it up, so I think it should have it ready to jump if we need to. So let me set that up. Um, so we don't waste time if there is a verdict. I mean, I honestly hope that there is a verdict this afternoon. Um, I'm gonna leave it like that because in case they jump on. So yeah, okay. Hang on. I need to test if you guys can hear me. Yes, you can. All right. No, I just needed to make sure because I think it's still Friday, still early. Um, I yeah. I was gonna say the Discord actually, the new trial, the Nicole Rice one. Um, it might be a short day as well because I think someone, if you guys remember, I should have probably gone back and listened to what the judge said on that, because I think she said it was only a couple of witnesses again today that they were flying in from out of state, if I'm not wrong. I think I might listen to when the court starts. I know I should pay attention, but yeah, uh to what they say is from the get-go. I can manage to do three things at the same time, I guess. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try, but so far I don't know what to think about this case. Yesterday they started to have some pretty hard evidences against Nichole. um oh wow, four were driving in for today. Yes, exactly. That I think sorry, one second. Yeah, so four were driving in for today, and I think that was it. So good morning, William. Yeah, four again on Monday. They are flying in. So wow, we might only have four witnesses today. So it might be, well, in this case, might be a short case. Good morning, William. Hello, buenos dias, my friend. Hi, good, happy Friday, everybody. So yeah, so we might be a short day on this trial, again. Um, so we might have a short day, a short Friday, which I don't think the judge really likes that. No, I understand it's something out of the things of the state, but due to the age of this case, people move in 18 years. So, well, yeah, but considering that we've been watching at 1.25 most of the time, we don't know really how they speak. Oh yes. Aw. Well, I will entertain you. I will entertain you with my annoying voice. Yeah, exactly. They move. They don't remember because it's been 18 years since this whole thing. So, um, it might be quick witnesses as well. We don't know because I don't know how well they don't speak slow, but they don't speak super fast. I think they have in like the good medium. If I could speak medium. So yeah, so we'll see. I mean, we'll be here all day if it needs to, in case they're for the verdict to watch for Jason anyway. Um, so we are um doing that. We might do our parole hearings. We haven't done one in a while. We've been jumping case from case from to case, which is awesome. I can also show the before we do start, guys, I have something to show you from GardenBot. So, GardenBot, I don't know if you know, he is a very good drawer, right? He is amazing. And so he draw this the other day. I think you guys can see. I'll put my picture a little bit bigger so you guys can see. 1 second. So he draw that. It is very good. It said something what the name was, but I think it's anime. He loves anime. It's absolutely addicted to it. Um, it's an anime addicted guy. So he's getting starting again with his drawing, which I love it because he's very talented for it. And he's actually thinking of posting like shorts on it. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. So he's thinking of like posting shorts on it. Oh, welcome back, Lois. Hi, good morning, my friend. So he's thinking of posting shorts on it, like creating his own like YouTube, TikTok account. I'm trying to push him to do that. Yeah, I'll let you know that you guys liked it. Thank you for that. You guys are amazing. So I'm trying to push him to follow what he wants to do and his passion as well. Because he's very good, like crafting and drawing and Oh, Angelique. Oh, Lois. Thank you, my friend. Oh, you are so generous. You are amazing. Thank you very much, Lois, for your support and for the membership. To Angelique, wow, she's a dear friend of us in the true crime community, and she really likes the Karen Reed trial as well. And it has really good insights. I love when she posts this on Discord about the Karen Reed trial. But she's really good. Awesome. Thank you very much, Lois. You are such a great friend as well, and great insights as well in the case. Obviously, everyone has, and that's what I like, because everyone can get their opinions and just share their thoughts on the cases that we follow and everything. Lois, you did not hear. I added a new section to the spreadsheet. So I can show you maybe on the break. So now we have a section for jury questions. So if in a trial there's jury questions, I either put yes or no, conform relevant, and then we can have another graphic to track. I'll send you I know I keep changing the version, and I apologize, but you don't need to be always printing. It's up to you. Um, so yeah, there is a new version, but I will have to post that version only after the verdict is out, and so I can update with this verdict of today. But I am having way too much fun with that. Too much fun. I don't think no one should spend and have that much fun with the spreadsheet. But I do, which is fine. So yeah, that's the new update. I hope. And I finally colored all of the columns as well. So all of the columns on the spreadsheet is now colored as well. I finally did that because I had some time to kill during the night and everything because did not sleep. I did that. I actually did things that I needed to get done. And I watch again, and this is Pickle's fault. I was hooked again on Dateline. I was watching Dateline for hours on end. So yeah, thank you very much, Pickles. I still need to watch the Cold Justice episode, but I need to find it. Which I should have done probably instead of watching Dateline, but it sometimes. Oh, hey! Sometimes it's easier to watch Dateline because I can just put it on. It's easier than having to find a whole new thing. Yeah, but we are waiting on court to start. It should start any minute now because this court actually has been pretty much on time. I feel like it. Yeah. So I was actually trying because I know sometimes, and I don't know why. Of I don't know why the thing happens. Sometimes the stream lags, and I was trying to figure it out why. And it's a CPU thing. It's a computer thing, and the brand of the computer that I have, they are not the greatest ones. So I need to start looking for a replacement. So, oh, okay. Oh, that's awesome. What platform? Because I can get like a VPN. I have a VPN, and I can watch. I have even though I'm not in America, I have a Hulu account. I know, this is crazy. Because I think it was on Hulu, so I might check that out and watch it because I need to be informed. And I think it was Sherry, that said that it was very good and very informative. So, yeah, I think it was Sherry, and I think it was on Hulu. I don't know. They say it's also on YouTube, TV. I didn't even know that YouTube had a TV. I know it has YouTube, but yeah, I'm learning things every day, all day. Oh, did you guys hear about the Ethro? Um, oh, Oxygen. Yes, that's another two. Oh, good morning. See, I said Sherry's name 3 times and she showed up. That's scary. Good morning, Cherry. Sorry. I was just talking about the fact. Yeah. I was just talking about that and you showed up. That was. Yeah. I think I should say someone's name 3 times and maybe try to see if they will show up again. No, I'm joking. I'm not gonna do that. Good morning, my friend. Happy Friday. I hope you are well this morning. Ooh, Garden Bot just came home. Um, and he brings letters from the mailbox. Don't want those. I wanna open them. It's because Samantha. I will say her name 3 times. Samantha. Samantha. Oh, that's hilarious. I only said twice, so I'm holding my third one. Uh, but yeah, so I hope you are right, Sherry, as well. We are waiting for court to start. We should. I know it is. It's a very good one there. Sherry, I like it. It's a very good one. Um. So yeah, I've been busy this morning since I could not sleep. I've done a lot of things. I even I even did laundry this morning and I hung it up. I did the dishes. I had breakfast as a normal person. Um because normally sometimes I don't because I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and who eats that early? Not me. Um so yeah, it's been a productive morning, and now I'm ready to watch court and maybe take a nap. No, I'm joking. I just literally had a nap. Um, and finally, after like a month, because we changed internet right recently, and apparently, and I did not know, fiber internet needs to stabilize, and it takes like 30 days or so to do that, and we could not get our cameras back up because of that. So for this time we've have not had cameras, and finally today I had time to hook up the cameras again and it worked. So but now, because our front door is far away from the router, I have to turn on the extender router, configure that, and then configure the cameras back to the extender so they can have internet where they are, because it's, Ring cameras is those cameras that have they need internet. And yeah, so I still have that to fix tomorrow, but that's a tomorrow problem and not a today. Ooh, we are wow, this scored 1 minute late, guys. That's pretty good. That's good.
Give me a second.
I will give you all the seconds, Judge. See, you laughed. I think you heard me. Sorry. That was not good.
North Central Judicial District is again back on the record. The time is 32 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock. Today's date is Friday, March 21st, 2025. My name is Richard L. Hagar, District Court Judge. This is our fourth day of trial in 51-2022 CR 421, State of North Dakota versus Nichole Aaron Rice. Again, it's the fourth day of the trial. I know we started jury selection on Monday, but we started the trial on Tuesday. Accordingly, the jury is not present. Ms. Sorgan, are we any issues before I bring in the jury?
Your Honor, I'll let Mr. Nelson address that.
There is one issue, Your Honor. It's not an issue per se for the trial. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware. After we were finished yesterday, I went to the walk-in and I was diagnosed with strep throat. So if anybody involved in the case, are you picking me up now, Colette? I've gotten a lot of grief from the other people from the Ward County contingent, Your Honor, so you could just join in on that. But sure. If anyone starts to feel a rough throat, perhaps they should go to the walk-in as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Sorry you have it. Not something we would like. Okay, Mr. Sand, anything from the defense?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
All right, then bring in the jury, please.
Sorry, I forgot that I could talk. Today is gonna be fun. I warn ya. I did not. I did not hear anything was wrong. He
Ms.
just
Sorgan, does the
posted
state
that
waive roll call
no
of the jury?
podcast.
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
We waive as well, Your Honor.
All right. Mrs. Sorgan, you wish to call your next witness, please.
I will be handling
Sorry,
the next
Mr.
couple
Nelson?
witnesses, Your Honor. The state calls April Moulton.
Say it again for me.
April, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing the last name correctly, but I believe it's Moulton.
Okay, thank you. And if you'll come up here, please, ma'am. This lady is going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And then we'll have you come over here and take a seat, please. Witness stand. Go ahead and get yourself seated and adjusted. Once you're comfortable, go ahead and I'd like you to aim the microphone at your chin and then make sure the light is on the base. Okay, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
April Alia.
Sorry?
My name's actually April Alia.
Well, there was a recent name change?
Yes, I was married
Okay. When did that marriage take place?
in 2022.
Okay. So a lot of our documents had a different last name. What was Moulton?
Yes.
Okay. Could you spell your last name for us, please? The current last name.
Alyea.
Okay. And April is spelled the normal way?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Anita and Nichole?
Yes.
How did you know them?
We went to school together
Where would that have been?
in Velva.
Okay. Were you all part of the same graduating class?
Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with either of them?
Yes.
Who were you friends with?
I was, I guess, friends with both of them, but I was close with Anita.
Okay. How big are the graduating classes at Velva?
It's pretty small. There was like, I don't know, maybe 30.
Okay. So smaller school, you pretty much know everybody. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
All right. Now, going back to June of 2007, do you recall that time frame?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're talking about the time around when Anita was murdered. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to
Seem-
need to speak up, okay?
Okay.
You do seem like you're getting a little emotional up there. If you need a moment, just let us know, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you remember when you heard about Anita's death?
Yes.
When did you hear about that death?
When I was at work,
Where was that at?
Choice Hotels.
Okay. Did you work with Anita there?
No.
Okay. What did you do at Choice Hotels?
I was a reservation agent.
Okay. So you worked at the front desk?
No, I just worked a call center.
Oh, okay. I apologize. So you heard about Anita's death. What happened next?
I left work and I went home. And then a group of us went and we met at a friend's house. We all got together.
Whose house was that?
Sorry. We all met up at Miranda's house.
If you need a tissue, there's some up there.
Okay.
Okay. Who was Miranda?
It's another one of our friends.
Okay. And who all was there?
Amber, Larissa, Robin, Tammy, Kelly, I think Whitney. There was quite a few of us.
Would these have all been people that grew up together in Belva?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were all high school classmates?
Yeah.
Of course, this occurred just a year or so after graduation?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Nichole join the group?
Yeah, she was the last one to arrive.
What did Nichole say anything when she got there?
And when she arrived at the house, we all kind of walked over to go talk to her because she had just gotten back from the police station. So we went over to kind of find out like what had happened and what she knew. And when she got there, we were kind of, I guess, surprised because, sorry,
Take your time.
when she got out of the car, the rest
I'm
of
gonna
us,
object for hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled. When she got out of the car is all she said. Keep going.
when she got out of the car, the rest of us had been crying and upset about the death. And, we were still trying to figure out, what had happened and what was going on. And when she got out, the first thing she told us was that she was going to the police station, or she had just gotten back from the police station, and that they wanted her to go up to the apartment to go look around and see if she knew if anything was missing up there, and that her pink iPod better not be missing. And I found it very funny that that's what she was concerned about, was an item being missing.
So Nichole was the one saying that her pink iPod better not be missing?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you said that seemed odd to you?
Yeah, the rest of us were concerned about Anita being dead, and she was worried about an item being missing from the apartment.
Did Nichole say anything about Anita?
At that time, or what do you mean?
Either that time or other times that you recall?
I mean, there were times where she'd be upset with her and stuff, but I guess I can't like tell you a specific time in general, but
But you recall her being upset with Anita?
yeah, I mean, there were times where she'd be angry with her and times where she'd, mention that she was upset with her and stuff, but
Like, how often would you say that happened?
I mean, I guess I can't give you a specific number.
It's been a long time ago, so I
Yeah.
have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Yep, just briefly, Your Honor. April, did you have a chance to get together with the state and rehearse what was going to be said today on the stand?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the characterization.
Mr. Sand, reword
you-
your question, please.
Did you have a chance to talk to the state about your testimony today prior to being up here?
Yes,
When was that?
a little bit ago.
What's that?
Just a little bit ago.
How long ago?
10 minutes ago, maybe?
10 minutes ago. Is there anything they asked you to key in on? Anything specific they wanted you to look over before you testified? Make sure you remembered.
I mean, not really.
What did you guys discuss?
I mean, they asked me if I knew both of them,
Okay. Anything else?
if I went to the clubs with them, and if I remembered going anywhere. They asked me if I met with anybody after.
I'm talking about the state's attorney here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They asked me if we got together after we found out.
Okay. Anything else?
No, not really.
And this was 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay. So they asked you questions to go over your testimony?
I mean, kind of.
Okay. But you discussed what was going to be talked about here on the stand today.
Kind.
If I'm wrong, that's fine.
I mean, kind of, but not really.
Okay. But they asked you about the get together, what you were going to be talking about on the stand.
I guess
Mr.
I'm
Sand, are we
not
going
really
somewhere with
sure.
I'll move on to the next one.
I'm not sure what you're asking, I guess.
Do you recall an interview from March 10th of 2022 with Officer Talbot and a man named Steve Spignola from Cold Justice? You don't recall that?
Not necessarily.
Please answer the question. Do you recall it or do you not?
No.
I showed you a transcript of that interview. Would that help you remember it maybe?
Probably.
Is that better? Okay, good. Thank you.
She's not reading the whole thing, Mr. Sand.
Well, I'm just trying to refresh her recollection.
I'm going to ask her the question if she remembers it now.
I mean,
Do you remember giving this interview? Over the phone.
kind of.
Can I take this back from here?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, kind of remember it, but I mean, I can't tell you exactly what was said in the interview.
No, I'm just asking if you remember talking to Officer Talbot. and
Yeah, I remember them
Justice.
calling me.
Do you remember telling Mr. Spignola you don't want any drama when it comes to being in the documentary?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Do you remember him asking you if they could use what you were saying in the documentary?
Yeah.
Called Justice. Do you remember them asking you primarily about Nikki a lot, about Nichole?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you remember at the end of that interview, they wanted to see, make sure you were okay with them.
Objection has relevance, Your Honor.
Well, I'm not sure, but it's crossed, so I'll give him some leeway. Objection's overruled.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Do you remember your 2007 interview with Detective Barnard? I know that's a long time ago. You don't remember talking to him after Anita passed away? Just a couple of days.
I mean, I know I went in and talked to him, but I don't remember the interview.
Okay. Do you remember discussing Club 101?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you said about Club 101? If I showed you that interview, might that help you remember?
I couldn't tell you.
Read that part right there. I'll ask you about it. Let me know when you're done taking a look at that.
Yeah.
Do you remember talking about a guy that was dancing with her at Club 101 that was grabbing her and you guys couldn't get him away from her?
Yeah.
Can you clarify who you're talking about? Grabbing whom?
Grabbing Anita, I apologize.
Yes.
Do you recall that this interview had a lot to do with what happened at Club 101 and what you guys were hanging out with and Anita hung out with?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you had testified earlier that this new interview in 2022 with the Cold Justice, Steve Spignola, that centered much more on Nikki, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Two very different interviews.
Yes.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, any redirect?
The fact that you talked to Cold Justice, did that have any impact on your testimony today?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is she here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
Any objections to her release?
No, sir.
She can be released, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You may come and go as you please. Next witness, Ms. Sorgan.
Again, me, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry, Mr. Nelson.
That's
My
quite all right.
apologies.
The state calls Michelle Grubbs. Go right up there.
Ms. Grubbs, I'll have you come up here, please. This lady is going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat over here then. Go ahead and get yourself situated. We'd like you to aim the microphone at your chin. That's pretty good.
Chin, okay.
Make sure the light's on the base there.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Michelle Moore.
What's your last name now?
My name is Michelle Moore now. It was Grubbs previously when I was married, but I've been remarried since.
Okay. When did you get remarried?
May of 23.
Okay. And could you spell your new last name for us, please?
Moore.
All right. Now, Michelle, did you know both Anita and Nichole?
Yes.
How did you know them?
I went to school with them in Velva.
Okay. The last witness said that the graduating classes in Velva are around 30 students. Does that sound accurate?
I didn't graduate in Velva. I only went to Velva High School for 2 years, and then I finished out in Minot.
But it sound accurate that each one of the classes would add about 30 people?
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of get to know everybody in a town like that?
Yeah.
All right. Could you describe your relationship with Anita?
Anita and I were really close friends. We were best friends. She was like a sister to me.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Anita?
It was on June 1st, the Friday before it happened.
Okay. And by it happened, you're talking about her death. The
Her
murder.
death, yes.
Okay. What did you guys do that day?
I went to get a tattoo that day, and she was supposed to get a tattoo with me, but she chickened out. And then after we got the tattoo, we went up to Shots Crossroads to eat.
Okay. So she chickened out and you went through with it.
Yeah.
So did you get the tattoo first and then she decided she didn't want to do it?
Yeah.
What was the tattoo?
It's something I drew. It's got stars with like swirls on it and stars around it
Okay.
and my name in it.
And then after that, you went and got something to eat?
Yep.
Where'd you go?
The Shots Crossroads truck
Okay.
stop.
So the truck stop that's open 24/7.
Yep.
All right. How long were you there?
At the truck stop?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, half hour maybe.
Just long enough to get something to eat?
Yeah.
All right. And then you parted ways?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the last time you saw Anita alive?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to Anita's funeral?
Yes.
When was that?
I'm not sure the exact date.
About a week after the death?
Yes.
Okay,
I
that's
would
not
say
accurate.
yes. Yes, I would say that's accurate.
Did you talk to Nichole when you were at the funeral? Or after the funeral?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. Did Nichole say anything to you?
She had thought that if they didn't find anybody, that maybe they would come looking for her.
What do you mean by that?
They would try to come after her for the murder.
So Nichole said that to you.
Yes.
Did you ever hear Nichole say anything negative about Anita?
Objection calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
It's statements from the defendant, Your Honor.
No, it's not. Objection sustained. Reword your question.
Your Honor, the question was, did you ever hear Nichole say anything negative about Anita?
All right, then I misunderstood your question. Objection is overruled. That isn't the way I heard it, but go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wasn't really good friends with Nikki, so no, I never really heard her say anything bad about Anita.
Okay. State has no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross?
I do, sir. Thank you. Michelle, thanks for coming in today. Was your last name Zayas at one time?
Yes.
Okay, good. Want to make sure I got the right person. We've got a few last names here. Thank you.
How do you spell Zayas?
Zayas.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall doing an interview with the Minot Police Department Detective Barnard on June 5th, 2007? I know it's a long time ago.
Yes, that sounds about accurate.
Are you picking me up all right? Okay. I've had microphone issues here, so. Do you recall telling Detective Barnard that Saturday you were going to meet up with Anita to go to the movies, but you couldn't get in touch with her via text or call? If I showed you the transcript, would that be better?
Possibly, yeah.
So here's the front page of the transcript, just so you know. 2007.
Mhm. Okay.
Do you recall that?
No.
No.
I can't
But in
say
looking
that
at it, do you believe that you said that?
Yes, I believe I would have said that. Yes, I wouldn't lie to them.
Right.
If I said that we were supposed to go see a movie, yes, I would say
You
that
couldn't
would
get
be
in touch
accurate.
with her all day Saturday, isn't that true?
Right.
And that's referencing the Saturday. They found her body on Monday. That was the Saturday just before, correct?
Correct.
Now, this interview, I just put it in front of you. That was on June 5th.
Mm-hmm.
You were interviewed quite a bit, correct? There was another one on
A
June
couple
8th.
times, yes.
I have 4 times in my notes, if that
Okay.
sounds right.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Okay. The June 8th interview also had just been a few days after Anita's passing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that, and this is a long time ago, but met with Sergeant Goodman of the Minot Police Department on June 8th.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to have you, well, do you recall telling him that you know that Anita had been stabbed to death?
Yes.
Okay, and that was on June 8th.
Yes.
How had you found out that Anita had been stabbed to death?
I had heard through, I'm not sure if they actually told me or if it was from other people that had said it.
But you knew she had been stabbed to death on June 8th, 2007 in that interview,
Yes.
and most likely before that interview.
Yes.
Okay. So people knew that, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there was another interview. I know there's a lot of interviews in February of 2008. Do you recall that? I know this is a long time ago.
Right.
I've had to refer to these transcripts a lot. You're not the only one.
Yeah.
This was Detective Barnard again.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recall conveying to him when he asked you about hostilities that there were little disagreements? But that was
Yes.
about it? That
Yes.
there weren't any major issues?
To my knowledge, they were having fights and she was trying to move out of the apartment because of it.
Okay. If I show you a copy of that transcript, just this question answer right here.
Mm-hmm.
So after you've had a chance to review that, when the detective asked you if there were any hostilities, you thought there were little disagreements, but
Right.
okay. You say they talked to each other still, paid their rent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Roommates.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, do you recall in that same interview, he asked you about a confrontation about someone's foot getting closed in the door? And you said you don't remember anything like that. You never heard anything about that.
Yeah, I do not recall that.
Can I show it to you real quick?
Sure. Yeah. No.
So again, just little disagreements between roommates.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember an interview with Detective Talbot in 2022, a lot more recently?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure it was 2022. Well, I don't have it on my notes, but do you remember talking to Detective Talbot much more recently?
Yes.
I assume it was 2022. Do you remember Detective Talbot asking you about Nikki's demeanor in high school and what you knew about her? I know this is still 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Would it help if I refreshed your recollection again?
Sure.
Okay. So here's Here's the cover page of the interview with Ms. Talbot.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be asking you.
Okay.
Do you recall conveying that she was pretty nice in high school and friendly? You never had issues with her?
That is correct.
Okay.
I try to get along with everybody.
Do you remember saying, that's why I don't think she would do it either?
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor. You testified on cross-examination that you'd been trying to get a hold of Anita because the two of you were plan to go to a movie, that you couldn't get a hold of Anita. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Was that unusual?
Was that unusual to not get a hold of her?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this might be an uncomfortable question, but your name has changed a few times.
Yes.
I'm assuming you've been married a couple times?
Yes.
Does that mean that there's been a couple of divorces as well?
That is correct.
Okay. When you've had those divorces, were there little disagreements that became big disagreements before those divorces?
With my
Ex-husbands?
ex-husbands? Not really. Like the first marriage ended because he just didn't, I don't think he was ready for marriage, and we got married like right out of high school.
Okay.
So we were young and stupid, you know. And the second marriage, we were together for almost 12 years, and I just wasn't happy anymore. And
So things change.
yep.
Okay. So you don't see eye to eye necessarily, and then we need to have a change.
Yep.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, any recross?
Just one, Michelle, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but I have to ask it. You didn't murder any of your ex-husbands, did you?
No, they are both all alive and well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is she here by subpoena?
She is, Your Honor. She can be released.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No objection, sir.
All right, you may come and go as you please, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness, Mr. Nelson.
State calls William May.
Have you come up here, Mr. May? She's going to swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Then go ahead and take a seat over here, please. Once you're situated, make sure the microphone is kind of aimed at your chin and that the light is on the base.
Okay, we good?
Okay, Mr. Nelson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you state your name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
William May, last name May, M-A-Y.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to get this part out of the way here.
Yes,
When
sir.
we were doing trial prep, you told me that you had served our country overseas. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a result of that you're dealing with some PTSD?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That you have gone through some group therapy and things like that, group talking?
Yes,
that
I
accurate?
continue to do that
Okay.
just to help me.
And you're taking anxiety medications for that?
Correct.
Okay. Do those anxiety medications make it difficult for you to remember, anything like that?
Some things it does.
Okay.
I forget things.
Okay. With that in mind,
Mhm.
if there's a moment when you need to take a moment, or if something's becoming a little overwhelming because of what you've been through, just let us know and we can pause for a second, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. May, how do you know Nichole?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Nichole?
I came back from Iraq and I met her through a party. I had a
Okay.
party and met her then.
Okay. And what happened next?
We just kind of hung out for a couple of weeks and, one thing led to another.
What does that mean exactly?
We started seeing each other more frequently
Okay.
talking on a regular basis, hanging out. So,
Did it turn into a relationship?
I wouldn't classify it as that, but some other people might.
I guess the question is, would Nichole have considered you her boyfriend?
That I don't know. I never asked, so I don't have the answer for you. So
Okay.
I know I didn't ask her, so
You didn't
I didn't ask to be my girlfriend, boyfriend. So
you didn't do the 1950s thing and ask her to be your
Yeah,
your
yeah.
girlfriend. Okay.
Yeah.
But the two of you hung out for a while.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. The two of you ever hang out at a house party?
Yes. My house party.
All right. Do you recall that house party?
Yes. I
When
don't
did
know
that-
the exact day, but yes, I do.
If you could roughly tell us when this house party would have taken place.
I don't know, it was probably Friday or Saturday. We were just hanging out, drinking.
I get that it'd be a Friday or Saturday night. It tends to be when house parties is. I'm guessing more asking, do you have maybe a month, a season, or a year?
I don't know. I came back from Iraq in the summer of 2008, so it'd have been shortly after that.
Okay. At this house party, do you recall people talking about Anita's death?
Yes, so we were playing video games and we were sitting on the couch. Nichole and I were sitting on the couch and a couple buddies were playing video games and someone from the kitchen was talking about it, and that's when it was stated, the comment.
When what was stated?
The comment was that from Nichole Rice, it was that she had did it, that she had killed Anita.
Nichole said that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a moment ago, you testified that you have been to group sessions with other veterans, and you still go to those group sessions.
Correct.
At those sessions, have you heard other veterans say that they have killed people?
Objection here, say, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled.
Yes, there's been people that have stated that.
When those people have said that they have killed people, was that said basically the same way as Nichole said it that night?
Correct.
How did I'm going to call it a situationship because it's not a relationship. Does that work for you?
That works for me, yes.
Okay. How did the situationship with Nichole end?
So the next day after it was stated, I called the police department, and from there, I gave my statement, same thing I just stated now, and that was the end of it. And then I just kind of cut all ties with Nichole completely.
And why did you cut ties with Nichole?
I'm in the service, was in the service at the time. I didn't need any of that
Okay.
stuff around.
When you were in the situationship with Nichole, did you talk to her about Anita's death?
I had mentioned it one time. I asked her if she remembers saying it and if she could say it again, but nothing.
Okay. Did Nichole ever tell you that the Minot Police Department had cleared her?
Yes, that was mentioned to me, that
Okay.
she had been cleared.
That was from Nichole that said that.
Yes,
Okay. To you specifically?
yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, you wish to cross-examine? You may proceed.
Couple of follow-up questions, Mr. May. You said you had called the police department after this happened.
Correct, I did.
Who you talked to?
I have no idea who I talked to. I just,
No records of you calling the police department. Are you aware of that?
I understand that, yeah.
Okay.
They've told me that.
Good. And then you spoke with them again after the documentary came out, correct?
Yeah, they called me.
Okay.
Mhm.
You understand they have no records of you ever calling the police department?
Correct, that's what I've been hearing,
Okay.
yes.
Please let each of you answer your question
Yes,
and
my
finish it.
apologies, John.
Thank you.
Detective Asham, right here. You probably can't see behind the wall. That's who was on the phone with you.
Oh, okay.
You recall that?
Was that after the documentary came out?
That was in
Okay.
2022. It was
Okay.
in preparation. Do you remember Steve Spignola being on that call with the documentary?
No.
Okay. Now, this interview was a couple years ago, but it wasn't back when a lot of these interviews took place. Do you recall saying you lived in a house with a big group of guys?
Correct.
You were young and dumb. You'd have parties all the time.
Correct. Yes.
You remember saying she was belligerently drunk?
Correct.
Do you remember you said you tried to follow up with her when she was sober? She wouldn't say anything about it.
Correct. Yep.
Said she didn't do it.
She just said she didn't recall making that statement.
Do you recall? I'm not going to ask it that way. Steve Spignola asked you if you thought Nichole killed her, correct?
Mhm.
Steve Spignola is the documentary guy from Cold Justice.
Okay.
You remember saying, I don't think so, I don't think so. I mean, she can't even kill a mouse.
I mean, it's vaguely. Yeah, I
I'll show
remember.
it to you.
Okay. Yeah.
This is a transcript of the interview. Just this Q2A here. Q2 is Steve Spignola, not the police officer. The Hollywood guy.
Okay.
Let me know when you're done with that, sir.
Yeah, I'm done.
Do you remember saying that?
I remember now after reading it. Yeah.
She couldn't even hurt a mouse? You don't think she did it?
I mean, I don't know. Anybody can.
But that's what you said.
Correct. Yes.
Do you remember them asking you if you thought there might be anything else important? You said, I don't know. I think the maintenance guy might have done it.
Yeah, that was the rumor around town. Is that the maintenance guy did?
That's what you thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just going off what everyone else said.
Right. So then you talked about this. Nichole thought she was your girlfriend, but you didn't think you were her boyfriend type
Correct.
situation
Yeah.
back in the day. Did you ever hang out with Nichole again after that?
Correct. I did.
Tell me about that.
I ran into her at the bar after I come back from Afghanistan, and
2017 sound right?
yeah, roughly about then.
Okay. Tell me about that relationship.
I mean, I was told that she was cleared and everything was going well, and it ended because after like a month and a
So you
half.
felt comfortable getting back together?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. You weren't scared of her?
No, after I was told that she had been cleared,
Right.
and
So you started dating again, right?
correct. Yeah.
Did she think she was your girlfriend at that point?
We were boyfriend girlfriend at that time. Yeah.
I appreciate you serving our country. It sounds like it's taking quite a toll on you.
It has. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. A lot of therapy, a lot of medication.
A lot. I spent 90 days at St. Cloud.
What did you do at St. Cloud?
PTSD track treatment.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Hmm.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirects, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. St. Cloud, that's the VA hospital there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, a moment ago, you were cut off by Mr. Sand. You started to say anybody can, and then you were cut off. What were you about to say?
Well, anybody can,
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
He's not speculating to what he was about to
Overruled.
say.
It was your question, Mr. Sand. Go ahead.
Everybody has a mind of their own, so you can't really tell what one person's going to do besides the other. That's all I was going to say.
Okay. Now, who was it that told you that Nichole was cleared by the Minot PD?
Herself,
Okay. Anybody else?
her father.
All right. Now, you testified that the defendant, when she made the statement that she had murdered Anita, was belligerently drunk.
Hmm. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Intoxicated to the point where you can't drive.
Belligerent tends to mean angry. Is that the word that you meant to use?
Sorry, then I'm not using that. But she was just really, really drunk.
Okay. Have you, in your experience, been around other people that have been intoxicated?
Yes, I
Just
have.
in your life, and how old are you now?
39.
Okay. So you've
Yes,
been
I
of
have.
legal drinking age for about 18
For a
years.
minute, yeah. Yep.
Okay, and we're not going to ask about anything that before 21 and the statute of limitations would have run out
No,
of that.
let's not do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've been around people that have been drinking.
Hmm.
In your experience, does their guard kind of fall down a little bit when they're drinking?
Correct. For most people, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your experience, are they more likely to tell the truth when they've been drinking?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, the next day when you talked to Nichole about the confession that she gave, that she said she'd killed Anita,
Hmm.
your testimony on cross-examination was that she didn't remember saying that. Is
Hmm.
that accurate?
Yes.
Now, I want to make this very clear. Did she say that she didn't kill Anita, or that she didn't remember saying that she killed Anita?
She didn't remember making that statement.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
When you dated Nichole the second time, did you live with her?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Is the witness here by subpoena, Mr. Nelson?
He is, Your Honor, and he can be released.
Any objections, Mr. Sand?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. And again, thanks for your service. You are excused. You may come and go as you please.
Okay.
Next witness, Mr. Nelson.
That'll be mine, Your Honor. State
Yes,
calls Christina Holler. She was originally Christina Imhoff.
All right. Ma'am, if you'll come up here, please. I'm going to have this lady swear you an oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Then go ahead and have a seat over here, ma'am. So what was the last name you said, Miss?
Holler, H-O-L-L-E-R. I'll have her spell that, Your Honor.
Okay. Once you're situated, just kind of try to aim the microphone at your chin. Looks good. And then just make sure the light is on the base. Okay. You may proceed, Miss Surgeon.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My legal name is Christina Holler,
And would you please spell Christina? There's several different spellings.
Kristina.
Have you ever been known by another name?
And
Yes.
spell your last name.
Holler.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And have you ever been known by another name?
Christina Imhoff or Christy.
Okay. And could you spell Imhoff for the record?
Imhoff.
Christina, what state do you live in currently?
North Dakota.
Did you ever live in the city of Minot?
Yes.
How long ago did you live in Minot?
I lived there from 2005 to 2011.
During the time that you lived in Minot, did you know Nichole Thomas Rice?
Yes.
How did you know her?
I met her at a party.
Do you know approximately when that party was?
2008.
And do you know where the party was?
I can't give you the address. The person that rented it his name was Nick. He was at Air Force.
Okay. And can you describe how the circumstances under which you met Nichole?
We were at a party and she was crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She said she had been
getting bullied about the anniversary of her roommate's death.
So what did you
And
do?
I asked her if she needed a ride home.
And did you give her that ride?
Yes.
Okay. Did the two of you talk during that ride?
I am not sure if we didn't talk. I'm sure we talked during the ride home. We talked when we got into her apartment.
Okay. And did she tell you something during that conversation?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
That she had done it to her roommate.
What did she specifically state to you?
I'm not 100% word for word, but that she had gotten into an argument with her and had stabbed her.
Do you remember what she told you the argument was about?
An alarm clock.
Did she give you any other details about her roommate?
That she was wearing a white robe.
And she specifically stated that she stabbed her roommate.
Yes.
What did you do with that information?
I was shocked. I didn't know what to do. I went back to the party, told my friend that I wanted to go home. When I got home, I sat at the kitchen table with my two roommates and told them what happened and asked them what I should do.
And what did you decide to do?
I went down, or I called the police department, told them that I had information, and then I went down and wrote a statement.
Do you remember who you spoke with at Minot Police Department?
I do not.
And this was in 2008, is that right?
Yes.
Were you ever given a copy of your statement after you wrote it?
I am not sure about that.
Now, there's no record of your having gone to the police department, correct?
Yes.
All right. When's the next time that you discussed this with the Minot Police Department?
2022.
Okay. And who'd you speak with?
Detective Carmen Ash. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to say her last name.
Asham?
Asham.
Following that party and after you went to the police department, did you have any further contact with Nichole?
Yes.
And what was that contact like?
We hung out after that. We were friends. I would stay at her house. We had talked about being roommates.
Did that actually happen? That
No.
you became roommates? Okay. How long were the two of you friends?
3 months.
Why such a short period of time?
It got very controlling, fighting. Drinking was bad.
Drinking by who?
Both of us.
Okay. And when you say there was some fighting, what do you mean?
We would fight if I wanted to go hang out with my other friends. She would get upset about that.
Okay. And why was that?
I'm not sure.
Do you know William May?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you know of his relationship, if any, with Nichole Rice?
They were only dating about, I think, a week when I had met Nichole.
You said that you were only friends with Nichole for about 3 months. Did the two of you argue?
Yes.
How did you argue? In person? Over the phone?
In person and through text.
And then the friendship ended, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know what caused the falling out?
We got into an argument. I'm not sure what it was about.
And how did it end?
I made a statement to her and I walked out and I haven't talked to her or seen her since.
Was there ever any physical violence?
No.
Did you ever bring it up to her again about the fact that she had told you she stabbed her roommate?
I had given her and Willie a ride home from a party one time and I had brought it up.
And what'd she say?
I'm not sure if that was the time that she said that she was in the white robe or if it wasn't. I can't remember that. Sure.
So after she had confessed this to you and you went to the police department, why'd you continue to hang out with her?
I was a very selfish teenager. I wasn't thinking about the big picture. I didn't know Anita or any of the other stuff that had gone on. I can't answer for what my mindset was then. I just know that I was a young 20-year-old that was being very selfish. And I was drinking and just being young.
Now, Christy, you didn't actually go to the police department when you spoke with Sergeant Asham, is that right?
No,
Okay. You hadn't contacted the police, is that correct?
no.
How is it that you ended up speaking with Sergeant Asham?
She had called me saying that they had a tip that they needed to talk to me about. I was possibly her friend and had been at that party.
And that's when you gave the information again, is that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Sand, any cross-examination, sir?
I do, sir. Thank you. When's the last time you talked to Willie Mae?
In 2022, I was going to have a statement with Detective Carmen Asham, and the day before the statement, I had gotten a friend request, and I had from Willie Mae.
Willie Mae friend request you
Yep.
the day before your statement.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
You know
just
that he used to be.
Please let her finish the answer.
I thought she was done. I apologize.
and then just asked me how I was, and I sent all of the screenshots to Detective Carmen.
And the state had asked you about reporting this back in the day, and there's no record of that. You understand that, correct?
Yes.
There's no record of either of you reporting this.
Objection, is there a question?
Do you understand that?
Of
I'll withdraw, Your Honor. Now, this was a long time ago, correct?
yes.
You said you were drinking a lot at that time, correct?
Yeah.
You've used the term you don't remember quite a bit under direct examination. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, under direct examination, did you say that you didn't live with Nichole?
I would stay with her after we would go out. We had talked about being roommates. I had my own place still, and I did not end up living with her.
Okay, but you guys stayed together a lot.
Yeah.
And this is after the thing she told you.
Yes.
You recall this interview?
Yes.
You recall that when you talked to Detective Asham, she said that you said, I stabbed her. Is that accurate? Do you recall that?
That I said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you recall saying, I apologize, I'm having a hard time remembering?
She had called me out of the blue and was asking me a lot of questions. And
Right.
I was trying to put all the pieces together from, at that time, it was 15 years ago.
You said, I don't know, I know something about a white robe and an alarm clock. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It's hard to remember all this stuff.
There's pieces that I remember and there's pieces that I don't.
Oh, it's real important that we try to get this right. You understand that?
Yes.
Nicole's sitting right there.
Objection, is there a question? This is badgering.
It's not overruled.
Do you recall saying in that same conversation, I'm not 100% on that?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Ms. Sargent?
Yes, Your Honor. Christy, you just told Mr. Sand that Sergeant Asham had called you up out of the blue and you were trying to put together pieces from 15 years prior. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've had time to sit and think about this in 3 years since you've given that statement. Is that right?
Yes,
Are you sure you got it right?
yes.
And Mr. Sand asked you about the thing that Nichole told you. What was the thing?
That her and Anina had gotten in an argument about alarm clock and that she was in a white robe and she had stabbed her.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Sand?
Just quickly, Your Honor. I thought I was done. Based on the questions you were asked here, sounds like I'm getting a different answer than the state is getting. I'm going to go back to this because I have to clarify that. You said you weren't 100%, correct? We just brought that up.
100%. Can you say what the 100% was? Because in that statement, there was other things that I said I'm not 100% sure on.
Detective asked, you said I stabbed her. Is that accurate? You said, I think so. I apologize. You caught me off guard.
Yes,
And you said maybe she said I did it. Is that correct?
in there.
It's important that we get this right. Can't change. All. Detective Asham, if you would just watch the Cold Justice TV show about the case prior to the interview,
Yes.
what'd you say?
That was the second interview.
What did you say?
Yes,
You said yes, you had seen the Cold Justice
yes,
documentary. Right?
yes, that
No
week.
further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Sorgan, anything else?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Holler, you were just asked by Mr. Sand if you had watched the Cold Justice interview, and you said it was before your second interview, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact what you told Sergeant Asham at all?
No.
Thank you.
Last question, Mr. Sand, anything else?
Nothing for me, Your Honor.
Is she hereby subpoena, Ms.
She
Sorgan?
is, Your Honor.
Is she excused?
Yes, she is.
Standing objections?
No problem, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may come and go as you please. Do you have another witness, Ms. Sorgan?
Your Honor, as we had indicated previously, we only had the 4 witnesses available for today. The rest are flying in over the course of the weekend and will be available on Monday.
Just a couple of things. I did note that the Heathrow, I think is the correct term for the airport in London, had a big fire, so there was some crazy airport stuff going on over the globe. So please make sure that your witnesses can be here on Monday. Again, it's not even 10 o'clock today, so I'm a little disappointed in our timing. But again, maybe the jury will be happy with that. Is there anything until I let the jury go then, Ms. Sorgan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
Nothing from us, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, again, the time is 38 minutes after 9 o'clock. I am going to let you go for the day, for the weekend. I want you back here on Monday morning at 8:30. We will start again at that time. again, don't always have control over the witnesses and the timing. So we will do our best, and hopefully this matter, it is progressing fairly quickly. So I'm good for that. So my admonition to you, and this is going to be critical, again, as it has been every day when I've given it to you. Family and friends, people you know. I suggest again that you just avoid the media whatsoever, everything. It will be the only weekend in your life that you've never looked at the news, but this will be it. Do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter. Direct any questions or discuss any problems you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial. Until you retire to deliberate your verdict, please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, and do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. Please do not form nor express any opinion about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. Once again, I hope to repeat the instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so, it applies to you throughout this trial. All right, jury will be dismissed for the weekend.
And wow, we are done for the day. So this court, Nichole Rice trial is done for the day, not for the case. They only had 4 witnesses driving in for today, and they have 4 more witnesses for Monday. No pickles, no. So. Oh, I'm now I'm getting confused. So they had 4 witnesses driving in for today, the trial, and then they have 4 witnesses flying in for Monday. But hopefully they will not come from Heathrow because of what happened in Heathrow Airport in London, UK. I don't think no one is, or they're not gonna get affected. Hopefully not, because otherwise that could cause a big delay on things. But no, this one is not on verdict watch, because believe me, if we were on verdict watch on this one, she would go to prison, in my opinion. She looks so guilty right now, in my opinion. No, I haven't heard anything. I am on a feed. I did not get any notification, or are you hearing any buzz? Let me know if you are hearing any buzz, but I don't. Yeah. So yeah, some people, 4 other witnesses are flying in for the for the trial, and then she said I think they have the lead detective, and he's going to be a lengthy witness, and then we'll see. I don't know if we have a verdict, but I don't know. So it's, yeah, so, and hopefully they're not gonna come from Heathrow, because that would be absolutely okay, all right, no, okay, awesome, good, thank you very much, my friend. Trying to do the hearting with one hand. So yeah, so now we are on verdict watch for Jason. That's the feed on my phone, that I have it here. Well, I can actually put it on the other one, but I don't want to hear that buzz sound that this court has, which is very unsettling. But while we talk, I'm keeping an eye out on it as well. Oh, sorry, I did something wrong. Ah, yes. Of course I did something wrong. I always do something wrong too. So yeah. Oh, also, I am gonna put the link in chat. If you want to pop in, you can, and we can chat and everything while we are on verdict watch. Feel free. Yes, so William, in Heathrow Airport is one of the 4 major airports in London, UK. There was an electrical fire by the airport, which shut down the airport for today. Don't know if they are going to reopen by tomorrow, but probably they will, because it's a massive airport. So London has 4 major airports, 2 in central London, Gatwick and Heathrow, and then they have 2 on the outskirts of London. That's Stansted and Luton. That's the four major London airports, and for either to be closed is gonna create havoc. So, hey, good morning, Robert. Hello, my friend. I will be whispering in your ear. No, I'm joking. That was weird. I won't do that again. So yeah, that's happened down in London, down south. It's like 4 hours away from me. Obviously it hasn't affected me because I'm not going anywhere. Sadly, I'm just being here in the UK for a while. But yeah, so that's what happened in the Heathrow in the airport that the judge was mentioning, and yeah, which is crazy. I mean, I've seen the news, but I haven't seen any like pictures of the fire or anything because I was way too much into the Dateline this morning because they were talking about very few good cases there. And yeah, so that was actually, I know it is wild for one of the biggest airports in Europe, and in the country in my country that I am in right now, not USA, to be shut down like that. Yeah, it is. It is critical. Literally, it is one of the criticals. Airports. I mean, it's the most central one that is in London. That you literally have a underground station to the airport. And it's crazy. So I mean, Luton Airport. I think it was like a year or 2 years ago now. Had almost the same thing. So it was the Luton Airport had a car park fire as well a couple of years ago, which also caused half of the airport being shut down. So I think airports in the UK don't do very well. Well, I think nothing does very well with fires, but it's yeah. But anyway, it's crazy how short that day was. I knew we were only gonna get 4 witnesses because the judge said that yesterday, but I never thought that it was gonna be that quick. I thought they were gonna like be more lengthy witnesses. But as we stand in this trial, what do you guys think? Do you think that Nichole Rice is guilty, not guilty? You're not sure yet, or not sure yet because they haven't presented that much witnesses. Um, it's in my opinion, I think she is guilty. By the fact that she confessed to several people that the fact exactly the same thing, like true they could have talked to each other and just having that against us somehow. It could be that, but then again, I don't know. It's yeah. Yeah, isn't it? Like mine too is telling me guilty, but I do want to hear more. So, like they said that this was gonna last like 3 weeks or 4 weeks. I don't see that happening unless the defense is planning to put a big case on. Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay, now talking about the defense case, do you think that Nikki will testify? Do you think that she's gonna testify or not, or do you don't think that that's gonna happen? Because I don't think she is. She doesn't seem the fact of a person to do that. I don't think she's gonna testify, in my opinion. I think she's just gonna, trust the defense attorney to do the job. But I don't know. Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah. Well, to testifying or to guiltiness. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. True. Like I always hope that they will because it's always fun a defendant trying to crawl out of the hole that they've made. Or well, they're presumed to made and trying to yeah. It's interesting. It's like that's the thing. I always want them to testify, but yeah. but I don't think she is. She doesn't seem the type of person, if you know what I mean, to testify. So I don't think she is. But I mean, objections are going wild. That it is for sure. Definitely, objections are going wild. Actually, I can turn off the objection. Can't speak. I can't say that. Objections counter. Um, what did I? Oh, I thought it was gonna take the. Okay, that's fine. Just leave it. Sorry, talking to myself there for a moment. So it's interesting, but I mean, I like the boyfriend. What the boyfriend said, like, I did not ask her to be boyfriend and girlfriend. I mean, I did not think that people don't do that these days. I don't think they like put a label on the relationship, or that bothered to actually proper ask. They like, if they are dating, they're dating. It's not like, oh, you want to be my girlfriend. I find that funny. It's like, because when I hear that, oh, did you ask her? When I heard that, did you ask her to be your girlfriend? I remember like kids in. I can't talk to myself. I do that a lot of the time. um. Ooh, Denise. I like Denise is a. You are. Well, yeah, true. That is very true. I like so me and Denise normally we love each other, but sometimes we are very in the opposite spectrums of guiltiness and not guiltiness. So I'm like interesting that saying that she's saying very very guilty. Now whether she will testify, she has lived her life for 20 years. Time for her to accept her punishment and do her time, and I absolutely agree with you, Denise. There. I mean, and one thing that I've been saying right since the beginning, she is dumb, right? Because she had 18 years to get away with red rum, but she didn't. She decided to stay in the same place. Um, decided to stay in the same place, carry on her life like nothing has happened, instead of going to a country like Donna tried to go. Donna Adelson tried to go to a non-extradition case and live her life. She literally got away with an unaliving for 18 years. Yes, I am always guilty. I live in a guilty field. You know, there's a field where you have the guilty, the hung, and the not guilty side. I'm always on the guilty part, and sometimes I move, sometimes I don't. Most likely not moving, but because I have to walk. Uh, but yeah, I was like, I mean, she had the opportunity of literally getting away with red rum. Literally, she could have gone to a country. Well, yeah, she thought that for 18 years, but I'm sure she, like, when they started investigating the case as well, she could have just oh yes, I need to open and get it. Well, give me 2 seconds to get the link for Nichole, right, that you're asking, I'm assuming. I need to copy that one, and I need to open Nightbot. That sounded not nice saying. Open Nightbot. Ah, that was too funny. So I can change the command to the new verdict form. Right, that should update. Oh, Garden Bot, did you see William's comment for you, love? Sorry, 1 second. I was just putting the. All right, no worries, Sherry. Hope you can run your million errands. So the link in the description is for the new verdict game for the Nichole Rice trial. My brain was processing the information apparently. If you can see like the wheels turning. But yeah, so it is in the description. You can play now, you can change it at any time. And yeah, so I was gonna show the new version of the spreadsheet because I have updated. So I'm gonna put myself smaller. I started doing it again. I'm gonna put myself smaller on the screen so I can show you the new version of the Thingy. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing the screen, and then now share it again for the spreadsheet. So there we go. There we go. So now it's fully color coded now. So it's still like pretty much the basic. I've already added Lori Vallow because I know we're gonna be following that case. So yeah, so there's is already the information there. But so it's yay, you can relax now, Pickles. Just breathe. Yes. Oh, it is now color coordinated, so it's still pretty much the same, but I have gone back and filled some of the information that we did not Oh no, Pickles, I'm sure you're not gonna get it wrong. I've filled some information that of the new stuff that we addition, but I still need to do more investigation on the cases that they still say not applicable because if he says like for example on the counters here where the mouse is on the counters is because we did not count anything in that trial, so I'm just saying not applicable. But my goal is, if we by any chance finish earlier today, I'm gonna go through all the other trials to trying to find the how many witness states, how many witness states for the defense, and all of that information. And then this is the new site that I put today. About the jury questions. So now we've got, and I've already gone back to most all of the cases apart from one, back and seen if there was if it was a question or not. And I realized one thing. There was a trial that I think the only person that might remember is Denise, the Ole Miss trial out of Mississippi, the Sheldon Timothy. In that case, they were on verdict watch for 14 hours, right? And I don't think I streamed the last day of the verdict watch. So, yeah. And I might have to either record it and do something on it because my OCD of completion is you do awesome. Yeah, I remember you being with Garden Bots on chat and me sleeping, and I don't have that last day. I don't think. I don't know what happened. But it's not on my channel, so I need to figure that out. So that is the first page. The second page, we have the USA map. Look how it's starting to get filled. So the blue spots, it's the states we have covered so far. So now like we've got a few. Florida, it's darker because we had a lot of Florida cases, so it goes by the cases numbers that we've had on there on many coverages. So Florida, we had 6 cases so far. Sorry, I'm going really geeky now, am I? Please tell me to shut up if you if you want to, because it's I'm just talking about the spreadsheet. So, and then I need to update here. We have covered 11, we're going to be covering 11 states, which we only need 39 states to cover the whole of the US. So, yeah. Oh, sorry, what were you guys talking about the car? Oh, yeah. See, I will definitely make a channel. I probably will run the channel for Gardenbot while he does the recordings. I can do the editings and posting for him, but definitely we're gonna be probably doing a channel for Gardenbot for his drawing stuff and everything. That is in the pipeline actually. So, yeah. So this is the spreadsheet. I will make available when we have a verdict for that. So yeah, when we have a verdict for Jason, I will post the thing, or when now I have to do the new section. But yeah, what do you guys think? Do you have any other ideas? Do you want to change anything? I think we have a female. Oh, hang on, I put a color wrong. Hang on, sorry, give me a second. No, that's not the color. I've put the color wrong for the male trucker. Hang on, there we go. Yes, okay, that's better. Sorry, because that the male was purple and the male is not purple. Male has a blue color, so needed to change that. My OCD would not let me carry on. So yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I did not show the graphics. So the graphics, the trackers are still down here, still going, and we have a new one for the jury questions. So the no is winning, but it's not for a lot. It's 5-7. Um, um, so yeah, so that's the spreadsheet so far. I really like the colors. I don't know why this one is not the rest colored. I need to do it. Um, this case, right, the Brie Coon case, it was a really good case. The judge, Pickles, you would have loved the judge in this case. Actually, let me show you. Let me just save this and I'll show you how the judge of the Brie Coon trial was. It was the cutest, and his voice was amazing. Let me go. Yeah, let me go to Brie. I'm not definitely gonna show you my stream of that trial because cringy. But definitely we will show you. Let me share the screen for that one. I'm still keeping an eye on the feed. Don't worry, guys. So now
Because on September
it did start. I'm gonna show you like with the judge in itself. Hopefully they do a close up to the judge on this. Oh, come on. Really? There's literally times and days that he was like with the camera in his face. This case was very good. It was only like a 4-day case, not even that. Oh, I need to go to another day because that day they did not show the judge that much. Hang on, give me a second. Sorry, guys. Probably this one. Let me find. I need hold music. So for when I'm like concentrating. Okay, I found one. Hopefully this one will be better. There we go. Can you see it? I know exactly. I need that. That is the judge from the Brecon trial. It was, and his voice was good. I will be quiet for a moment and show you.
And bring the jury back in.
No way! No way, Pickles. Really, I really liked this judge. This judge was really good, and he was very fair. And it was a really good trial. I mean, it was very a fast trial indeed. So yeah. Oh no, what? I don't know what was his name. Actually, I could have gotten his name because I'm gonna need it. I'll find another time. I know his voice was like proper, like strong voice. It was really nice. I really liked it. So, yeah, that was the Brecon trial. That was one of the first trials I covered in this channel. Well, you never know. You might have swapped his career because, so I think what we're gonna do for now is we're gonna do some parole hearings that we haven't done in a hot minute. So we're gonna do that. Let me have a look what's available. What there is. This pardon, parole. Do you guys prefer pardon or parole or revocation? Yeah, we are going to party. Do you want a parole, pardon, or revocation? What do you guys prefer? I know. Are you calling me Pickles? Nah, it's fine, mate. I understand. It's alright. So I don't know what I'm in the mood. Revocation. Right. Okay. Let's do that then. Let's do some revocation hearings. There you go. Let's just set it up and get the show started. We can zoom to the beginning. Sorry, that was weird.
In Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My name is Steve Prater. I'll be the chairman for today. Chuck Tillis is to my left and Danny Barra is to my right. And staff here, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Thompson. Sure. Amen.
Okay, thank you. We're going to be handling 5 parole revocations today to see if or not we're going to revoke it or not. Our first we're going to have is going to be in Terrebonne Parish. And we, is Terrebonne Parish ready? Is there any staff at Terrebonne Parish in the room? Could you introduce yourself, please?
First Lieutenant Beth Bailey from Terrebonne.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And seated there in the orange jumpsuit, are you Mr. Derek Jones Sr.?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me what your DLC number is?
429623.
Okay, that's right. So you get a check mark. You got that in right. Okay, you're accused of violating some particular rules, and that's what we're here to talk to you about. Let's see, I believe Mr. Barra is handling your case. You're accused of violating rules 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10. And you're going to get a chance to go over those and what your statement is, and if you're guilty or not. And we're going to talk about it for just a little bit, and then we'll vote, and we'll let you know if your parole has been revoked or if you're going to get out. So, Mr. Barra, are you ready to handle this?
Yeah. Did you have a parole revocation questionnaire that asked you about your lawyer?
Yeah.
You understand the nature of the proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Right. I'm looking through the case. It looks like you're not eligible for appointed counsel based on the Supreme Court guidelines. So we can proceed if you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It looks like the first violation you have is number 2, that you failed to submit monthly reports when you absconded supervision on or about 11/1/23. I'm asking you to plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with the statement. I'm going to let you have your say after. I just need to know how you plead to each of these charges, and then you can give us explanations after.
Okay.
Did you submit monthly reports while you were absconded?
Well, not monthly because it was twice a year he had me down to.
Did you submit those?
Yes. Yes. Even after he put the warrant out, I still was in contact with him on a basis, but it wasn't a Monday basis.
So you plead not guilty now for that?
Yeah.
All right. Number 3, you failed to provide a valid address and you failed to apply to have your case transferred to another state.
Yeah, I didn't have my parole transfer to Texas because the house that we was living in, it got messed up for the storm.
Just go ahead and say guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the statement, and we'll come back and let you explain.
Okay, guilty with a statement.
And number 7, promptly and truthfully answer all questions directed to you by your parole officer. You failed to provide a valid living address when he asked.
Not guilty.
Number 9, that you agreed to visits at your residence or place of employment by your parole officer at any time and also agree to searches of your person, property, residence, or vehicle when reasonable suspicion exists, and that I or have engaged in criminal conduct. You failed to provide a valid living address for them to do that. I did
Not guilty.
And that you currently $4,849 behind on your supervision prepayments.
Guilty.
All right. Go ahead and tell us what is your reasoning, your statements for these violations? Why did you leave? Why did you not report as probation officer wanted you to? Why did he not know your address?
Okay, when I first I took a job in with a company out of Texas. I drive over the road trucking. So I've been going from state to state for the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I never had a problem with talking to him. We was doing video chat the whole time that we was doing COVID. So after that, he told me that what it was, I think in 2023 that I needed to come see him. I had leased the 18-wheeler so I could start my own business. But everything kind of went downhill from there because the company I leased the truck from, they couldn't provide the amount of loads that they said they was supposed to. It was supposed to be from $7,000 to $8,000 per week, but they was only coming up with $3,500 to $4,500 a week. So all it put with me having, I wasn't getting no check every week. Everything was going straight to the truck. So they kept telling me that things were gonna get better. So, you know, a couple of months, you know, it had picked up for a little while, and, you know, things started going good for a little while, but then everything started going back downhill because they couldn't provide the loads. So it put me with months not having a valid check, only $50 here, $75 here, maybe $200 here. And, you know, I had, during the course of that time, I'm paying $1,800 a month plus another $1,400 for the truck, for the insurance on the truck. So I wasn't really making money off of the truck, but I had 3 years to pay for the truck. Like right now, I'm down to 1 year to pay for the truck to finish paying it off. So I just was having a bunch of problems with, you know, trying to figure out if I should just let the truck go after I've been paying all this time on it, or continue to, you know, try to pay it off. With the problem with me coming down, my girlfriend wrecks my car while I was over the road. So I didn't have transportation to get back and forth. And every time that I was able to manage to get a load down this way, it always ended up coming down here like toward the weekend or maybe late, like Thursday or Friday. And I usually call my parole officer when I come down, you know, just to see. But most of the time on the, you know, like late Friday, he's not going to answer, or he'll get back in touch with me during that the next week or whatever. But the whole time, even after he put the warrant out for me, I still was in contact with him on a regular, just to check in with him, just to let him know where I was.
So you, in your opinion, you were in contact with him by telephone, but his version of it is he would have wanted you to come in and see him and talk to him because you had been hanging out of state for too long. That was what he was telling you?
Yeah, that was
out there too long. And you
yeah,
couldn't come back because you didn't have the money and you were tied up in the business up there. And
yes,
he couldn't see you he says he couldn't make home contacts because you wasn't home here in Louisiana. You were living in your truck.
Yes, the house got for Ida, the roof got blown off the house. So the landlord, he never came to fix anything. My family had been living in that house for over 60 years. It's a house in Berg, Louisiana, and they just never came fixed it. The house was owned by the Ellanders.
Mm-hmm.
So they never got around to fixing the thing. So everybody, my family was my grandmother and my mom and everybody, they moved to Opelousas. And it was only, you know, my uncle, he's a little mentally challenged, so they really didn't have room for me there. So I thought if, you know, I stayed in the truck, you know, to try to pay it off, that, you know, everything would be situated once I get everything finished with that. But I never once tried to run or evade because I haven't been doing anything but working.
So fine. The reality is you have to report what the parole officer tells you.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's the problem. That's why you're sitting right there.
Yeah, I know.
What would be different if we would vote to let you have another chance today and go try it again? What would be different this time? Can you guarantee me that you'd find a way back to, and where are you gonna live? You can't live in your truck on the road.
Yeah, I know. I have an address in Karen Crow, Louisiana, that I can use, and I will go see. I will be able to go see the probation officer, the parole officer every month, because I'm not gonna go back over the road.
Okay.
I think that we have folks here to speak in favor and again. Okay.
Well, we'll go ahead and finish with you, and then we'll deal with this. So your answer would be, you can find a place where you would be able to report.
Yeah, I already have somewhere where I can provide an address, and I will be able to start catching up on my fees.
And why do you, give us, final question from me is, why do you think we should release you today?
Because I haven't been in any trouble. I wasn't evading. You know, I've been dealing with this since 2013. And I'm just kind of ready to get it over with. You know, I haven't done anything wrong. I try my best to stay away from home so I don't get in any trouble or don't fall back into anything that I was doing before. So that's why mainly I just kind of stay away from here. You know, I barely even come see my mama because of, you know, just not wanting to be around here like that. But I know that I should have transferred it somewhere else, but I didn't want to, you know, not have an address to provide for y'all. So, you know, that's why I kept everything in Louisiana where it was. But I've been driving from state to state for the last 4 years. And kind of just living on the road, you know, trying not to have to, you know, depend on nobody else. Because my grandmother, she passed away on Christmas, and I didn't want to be a burden to nobody else. So, you know, I just kept everything like it was, just so I can, you know, I could try to, you know, have some type of business for, you know, for to leave my kids when I'm gone. You know, I started, you know, doing what I was doing to make a better life for myself.
Thank you. All right, I've been notified that we have a couple of people, victims, who want to speak at the hearing, so we're going to open it up to them at this point.
Victims?
It's on the wrong.
Oh, okay, all right. Family members. Okay. Y'all signed the red card. Okay. Okay, we have a couple of people who want to speak on your behalf. Okay. So go ahead, Tina Edmonds.
I'm better snorting up. Oh. Mr. Bowers, where are they?
Either one, I think.
So I'm Mr. Jones' younger sister, and I live in Texas. And since he's been, back and forth driving, I can attest to him staying out of trouble. He spends a lot of time with my family, which is me, my husband, and my son. He's a good dad. He speaks to his kids daily. We talk to everybody in the family as much as he can. So he's really a good, he contacts everybody as much as he can. He comes over, we have Sunday dinners, whenever he's in town, and, we just family. And I would appreciate if you guys would just consider, either letting him come home or giving him a less amount of time to be there, just so he can get back to be with us. But, I can say as far as his everyday, he tries to stay employed. He's always looking toward the future to try to better himself. He's trying to go back to school. He just is who he said he is right now. He's completely changed. And he's right about doing everything he can to stay out of Louisiana, to, just not to get pulled back into anything, even by happenstance. He was doing that so that he would get up here. And I know that he should have been paying his fees, but I talked to his parole officer, and even he said that he kept in contact with him. He never lost contact with him, not once. So he was always available and able to be in contact. He just didn't go and visit him. So, that's what I'm asking. If you guys can just consider that he never ran, he was never unable to be found, and that he is, staying on the right track.
All right. Thank you for coming. Miss Sylvia, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
I see you got a Karen Crow address. Is
Yes.
planning on living with you?
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Sylvia, and the address that they're getting out, it's mine. I'm his girlfriend, and at certain points of time, I was there when he was working and when he was not working, mainly because of the job titles that he was getting. But I would love for him to get the favor of being that father that he wanted to be. But he can't because he's there. But my address is Karen Crow, Louisiana. And where I stay is like maybe a country town. The near Lafayette,
Would you give us your full address for the record?
400 Livingston Road, lot 28, Karen Crow, Louisiana, 705.
And how do you spell it?
Oh, Lord. That's,
I can't read your handwriting, but I definitely can't say the word.
if it's any way possible, I can go to my phone, I'll have all the proof. But I can't spell
You can't spell it either?
No, sir, 'cause
It's not me. It's nothing for LOU.
LOUVE.
Oh,
CEA.
Yeah.
All right, that's close enough for
Okay.
today.
And me and my family we are relocating back to Louisiana as well. My husband is from Karen Crow. I'm from Lake Charles. So my husband's grandmother is about 15 minutes down the road. So we're going to be there also because I have a home in this house. So he'll still be around my family too.
All right. Okay, go ahead, finish.
Like I said, he can use my address to better himself, so he wouldn't have to go back to home, Louisiana, because I had to leave myself based on the hurricane, and I feel much better out there, and I'm pretty sure he would also to me.
All right, he said use your address, and you said use your address. When you're talking about probation and parole, it's live at your address.
Okay, well,
Live at your address. Using it is what people do who don't live there. They just use the address and say they live in there and put a couple of clothes in the closet, and the probation officer can never find them.
Oh, no.
So I just want to straighten out the terminology. If he's gonna live with you, he's gonna stay there.
Yes,
He's
sir.
not just gonna use your address, he's gonna live with you.
I even asked his
Okay.
parole officer, Mr. Scott, and he also said, yes, he can use that address,
Live at your address.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have any questions for anybody?
I'm a look, do you have a truck now?
Yeah, I have an 18 wheeler, but I don't know if they're gonna let me keep it because I'm a couple of months behind on the payments. I'm almost 3 months behind. So I'm kind of hoping I can get out there and maybe catch up with the payments. you know, so I don't lose the truck. I've been paying on the truck for 2 years, and I just didn't want to give it up after all the money I spent on it.
Okay, well, I'm having a little bit of trouble here deciding because the parole officer went ahead and got a warrant for you back from May of 24, I think, because they hadn't heard from you in quite a while or something. And
no, it wasn't that he hadn't heard from me. I was constantly in contact with him. He just kept telling me I needed to come down there to see him. So that was the biggest thing. It was me coming to see him. It wasn't, you know, because when I was in the truck, I still video chatted with him and I still called him to check in with him.
That's correct. Okay.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Scott
Have you-
also told me, and I was.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Have you ever been on parole before?
For who? For who? Before?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get revoked on that parole?
I can't remember. It was back in, I think I was incarcerated from 2005 to 2007. I can't remember, honestly.
Well, reason I'm wondering, well, try to remember harder because I need to know. I mean, surely you can remember if you were out of jail on parole and they said you did violate it and did something wrong and they put you back in jail. Surely you can remember that.
I think it had to be when I was right before I was getting off of parole, maybe in well, it couldn't have been 2007.
Well, it could have been. Could have been 2010.
2010? Oh, you're right. You're right. I had he made me do 30 days. He said I changed addresses without telling him.
Same deal. I mean, same kind of rule violation.
Yeah, it was the same deal. He said I changed addresses without telling him. I lived with I had moved in with a girl for a couple of months, I think. But I actually didn't notify him that I was staying over there. You're right. You're right.
You know, when you sign that deal, when you get out of jail, go on parole, that deal that you signed, that isn't a sheet of suggestions.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
You understand that? Okay.
Yes, I do.
All right. That's all I got.
No questions. All right.
Fair to vote?
Yep, nobody has any questions. It's time to vote. I'm gonna go ahead and reinstate your parole with the condition that you report within 48 hours of your release to the Lafayette Probation and Parole Office, to be assigned an officer in Karen Crow to cover you there. That you pay the cost of extradition, which it costs to get you back over here, in the amount of $4,782, worked out on a monthly plan with the parole officer. That you follow all the other conditions of supervision and realize that you're not going to get another break on this term if you don't report to the probation officer. Don't make your whereabouts known, and not just by telephone.
Okay.
Not on telephone probation. You're on actual supervision. You got to see you. So good luck to you on that. I one vote.
That's one vote. You need two votes. Okay? Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Barra.
Okay? You got two votes. My vote would be to revoke you. Okay? And I want you to know that because I want you to know how close you are to going back to jail for your full term because you're not paying attention to the rules you agreed to. Okay? We want you to be successful. And it does not take much to make it easy, these parole officers, they want you to succeed. And we're gonna give you another chance. Your parole, or you're going to be returned to parole, okay? And you're gonna be released from jail because you got 2 votes. But we're serious about that.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
All right, for the record, your excuses were all fine and dandy, but they didn't, I find you guilty of all the violations. Even
Okay.
with the excuses. They were good excuses, but they don't exonerate you from being guilty. You guilty with a good excuse. But
You won't have,
so
you won't have
that ain't
more
gonna
problems.
help you the next round.
No,
All right.
it won't be the next round.
You just got lucky, and you got lucky because you had people who want to support you. You seem like you want to work and do the right thing. Okay. Get it through your head. You gotta be there. You gotta be there to be successful.
You're
All
right.
right.
Thank you.
They'll conclude this hearing at 9:08.
We have an Easter tree. We had Mardi Gras.
Okay, the Mardi Gras tree. I just thought of
Yeah.
Christmas tree. That's good. Looks pretty.
Thanks. Hang on 1 second. We're going in there with Mr. Preston.
Yes, ma'am. We'd like George Preston.
Yes, sir. We have him ready.
Okay.
Hey, we have Mr. Preston right here, sir.
Okay. All right. We are at Iberia Parish Jail remotely, and we are at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and you can see our name tags. We're continuing. We have 5 hearings today, and this is our second one. You are Mr. George Preston, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before I get some information from you, like I say, we're at Iberia Parish. Would the staff introduce themselves just there?
This is Sergeant Laura Tarver.
Okay, thank you for hosting us today. Mr. Preston, what is your DOC number?
543096.
Okay, and I see you have a sheet of paper in front of you. Is that something that you signed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it talks about a lawyer and that you can get a lawyer if you want to pay for it, but that you're not entitled to this for the state to pay for you an attorney. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you don't want a lawyer for this hearing, correct? As far as you paying for one.
Well, I can't afford one, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, we're here to talk about you violating rules 2, 3, and 10. And these are the rules that you agreed to when you got on parole. You signed this sheet, said, I'll do number 2, 3, and 10, and I'll abide by those. And we're saying that you didn't abide by these. And so we're going to go over those with you and let you say if you're guilty or not guilty, or if you're guilty or not guilty with a statement, and you'll have a chance to tell us a little bit more about that before we vote. Okay? All right, let's start out number 2. Rule number 2. Monthly reporting. Have you been reporting every month like you're supposed to?
Yes, sir, I have. Me and my parole officer never had a problem with me reporting to him. I Obviously, I was incarcerated since I was a child at 16 years old, 17, just making 17. And when I was released from the Department of Corrections to Louisiana, discovered my family had been moved. I had my siblings passed away, a lot of people passed away. My last known address was in Kenner, Louisiana. And I paroled to to Generate, Louisiana. Wasn't familiar with the area. The person that I paroled to was a friend, which the obligations went to a certain extent by me living there at the house. After 8 months, couldn't provide for myself. And I was actually given a certain deadline. I actually wrote a declaration to you. I don't know if y'all received it or not. After a certain while, I had no type of job. I talked to my parole officer a few times and told him I was still looking for a job. After doing 17 years, I was released from the Department of Corrections. They did not give me an opportunity to actually get a job to be able to mobilize my way, to find my way, to actually go report to my parole officer. After 8 months of me being on the streets, it was like I was released from prison after doing 17 years to the streets. I had no one to fend for me. I had nothing. So I actually, after a while, I had a phone. And I had went through some type of complications where my Gmail kept getting hacked, spam mails. I explained that to my parole officer. Then on one occasion, I had someone threaten me. It was like somebody said they was going to kill me. So I contacted General Police Department. I called. After I did that, I filed a report to make sure that no one will be hurt at the house, at the address I was residing. This was in the month of September and October. I kind of got scared, feared for my life. The last known address I went to at that time was in Kenner, Louisiana. I didn't have a phone. I waited till after I was able to get a phone and contacted my parole officer in December and told him about my current situation. That I was stranded in Kenner, Louisiana. I would try to get to him as best as I could. I had my family was in Houston. It was like me going back to the streets as a child again, sir. So when a freeze was coming, that came. I was told that, if I need a safe place to go, because I didn't have nowhere to go once I left the assigned address that I was assigned to on my certificate. I was stranded when the governor declared a state of emergency on January 18th. My family called for me to go out there to get some shelter because, I had nowhere to go. So it was either me stay in the situation and freeze to death. I know I had experience with Hurricane Katrina. It was a long route. It was a long road. After the freeze was over with, a day after, that's when I was arrested. It wasn't before, it was after the freeze. It was hard. When I left out of the Department of Corrections, I didn't have no type of opportunities, no rehabilitations, no job skills, no opportunity to actually get a job, to actually be a loafer, to actually mobilize my way, to get my own phone. After my phone was hacked, I called the police, made a police report. I got scared. The phone was disconnected. I had nobody to help me. I actually had absolutely nothing, sir. Nothing. I couldn't provide for myself at the address I was staying. It was not my family members. It was an actual friend.
Okay. All right. We pretty much got that and beat down and chased into a hole. What about rule number 3? Where you failed to live at the address that was stated on your...
That's what I had just elucidated. The last time, or when I first come out of prison,
I want you to listen to me. I
Okay.
want you to try to make it as succinct. You know what that word is? Succinct, short and concise. Try to,
Yes.
don't ramble. Tell us why you didn't live at the address you said you lived at.
I received threats through a Gmail asserting that someone was going to kill me at that address. I contacted myself. I contacted General Police Department and filed a report. I feared for my life at the time, and I was told that if I want to leave until after the holidays and come back, I can do that. I felt that my life was in danger. After that, my phone was disconnected, sir, and I had no type of way to contact my parole officer after that.
All right. And then number 10, you owe some money to the Department of Corrections because you're supposed to pay monthly fees. Are you guilty of that or not?
I'm absolutely guilty of that based off the circumstances that I had no job. Can I say something real quick? Before I released from the Department of Corrections, sir, I actually on my own wrote a letter to the warden to try to get in a work release so I can be prepared when I got on the streets. That wasn't given to me, sir. It wasn't given to me.
Okay, Mr. Preston. According to this, you were released into General Society in May of 2024. Is that correct? That's when you got out.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
And then you by August of 2024, just 3 months later, they had lost contact with you.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
I think it was September. That was the last time my parole officer came to see me at the residing address. But I think that was the last time I seen him at his office because my parole, we was trying to get it transferred to Houston, Texas. And he informed me that Houston, Texas was playing games. That was the last visit was in September when he told me, he said that, but if I want to reinstate to try to get an interstate compact travel plan, we could do that again. And that's what happened.
I think Texas denied it. They didn't want you to come over there. I think that's when you say Texas was playing games. I think that's what the deal was according to the report. Okay, so do you realize it's not everybody else's problem to find you a job and to give you skills? It's the person that's there to help you is your parole officer. And you refused to contact him and you weren't at the address, and I read your letter. I thought it was kind of interesting. You said you didn't live there anymore because you left because you were scared because a sex offender had moved into the neighborhood. And then the next excuse you gave was because bad weather was coming.
Can I speak on that for a second? Well, I was referring to the address I paroled to. A sex offender lived at the address that they paroled me to. When I contacted General Police Department concerning a email that threatened me, that person had got worried and it was like, it was like,
all right. I think, okay, I've chased all the rabbits I need to.
I'd like to ask you a question. If you're released, have you made any plans now, and what do you plan to do?
I'm really looking for some type of help, sir. I just need help. I need a job. That's it. 17 years, sir. I lost my whole family. Okay, I don't have nobody. Like my family stay in Texas. This was the concern at the address where I was at because they have no bus routes. It's not like I'm in a city. I'm in General, Louisiana. I can't do nothing on my own. There's nothing on my own I can do. After 17 years, I just need help. I need some type of program, sir. That's it.
No.
I gotta wait.
Why did the Harris County Sheriff's Office arrest you? What was your contact? Why did they arrest you in Texas?
I guess just pulled me over. It was right after the freeze, sir. It was right after the freeze, and they just pulled me over, asked me my name, and ran it in. That's it. I ain't catching no new charges or anything like that.
They didn't say you were speeding or anything? They just pulled you over and said, hey, what's your name?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You in a high crime area or something? That don't sound too right.
It was apartment complex. I mean, you can see the record. I don't have any charges. It was apartment complex, sir. And I guess, they have a lot of people around that area, and I was stopped and asked my name, ran it in,
And they didn't tell you why they stopped you?
no, sir.
All right.
No, sir.
One question.
Okay, being there's no other questions, it's time for us to vote. Since I handled the case, mine was the first vote. And, Mr. Preston, I find you guilty of rule violations 2, 3, and 10, and I vote to revoke your parole. Mr. Barrett, wrong.
Excuse me, sir. Before you vote.
Hey, we voting.
I concur.
I concur with Mr.
Okay, today, Mr. Preston, your parole has been revoked. Sorry to tell you that, but that's the end of this hearing. It's 9:26. Thank you.
So, hello guys. It's me again from the Dark Ages. No, I'm sorry. The thing is, I forgot to say earlier. I really wanted to watch it, and I've been wanting to watch an appeal hearing that there was for a UK case that it was actually just like that. Bye. Yeah, he's gone. So I've been wanting to watch this appeal hearing from UK courts. It's a very sad case, but I don't think they go too much into the case. But I can give you a brief info on the case, and then tell you the literally the what the sentence was and what they are appealing. So, this sadly was an unaliving of a 10-year-old, Sarah Sharif, that her uncle, dad, and mom were involved. They all got convicted of her unaliving. They all got a whole life sentence, a whole life order, which is a life sentence in the UK. But they are trying to appeal the minimum terms of that they have to serve before they can get license, aka parole, that is in the UK. And they actually live stream those kind of hearings in the UK now, which is rather interesting. And I wanted to watch that with you guys. I've been wanting to watch for a while, so we'll watch that. Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, Stephanie, no. Oh, that is harsh. I'm so sorry, my friend. Oh, I know the pain of breaking a phone screen, and they are rather expensive as well sometimes. I'm so sorry, my friend. Oh, no, that is not good. So I am gonna be playing the hearing, still keeping an eye on the parole. So let's change that to the UK one. So, alright.
In the Court of Real Criminal Division, the King against Osman Sharif, Faisal Malik, and Benaz Batu. In respective orders, could you please confirm, are you Osman Sharif? Part of these proceedings is a response by the Attorney General under Section 36 of the Criminal Justice Act 1988 and the Section 45A of the Youth Justice and Criminal Evidence Act 1999 applies.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Mr. Little.
Please, my lady and my lords.
Before we go any further, can we just confirm the order under Section 45A of the Youth Justice and Criminal Evidence Act 1999 is in place? A number of witnesses were under 18, and there are restrictions imposed under that section in respect of a victim or witness for life. I'm not going to read out the full terms of the order, but I hope that the names are well understood, and if anybody needs a full copy of the order at this stage, please could they say so. Yes, Mr. Little.
Thank you, my lady and my lords. As you know, I appear on behalf of His Majesty's Solicitor General on this reference in respect of the offender, Irfan Sharif. I also appear for the respondent, along with Mr. Lloyd, who was junior counsel at trial, although I was not trial counsel, although I was originally going to be trial counsel in relation to the applications for permission to appeal. The applicants are represented by Mr. Irfan Sharif by Mr. Mian, King's Counsel, who's immediately to my left, with his junior, Mr. Bassin, Bainash Batul by Ms. Carberry, King's Counsel, and I believe that her junior is attending via CVP,
yes.
Mr. McGarvey, and Faisal Malik by Mr. Ivers, King's Counsel, furthest away from me, and the junior counsel, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, indeed.
Subject to any contrary indication from the court, I was intending to make my submissions in relation to the reference first, then let my learned friend respond as well as make his application, then let my learned friends make their applications, and to the extent it's necessary.
Well, in all candour, we had wondered whether we should hear from Mr. Mian and the other applicants first on a rolled-up basis for you, Mr. Mian, that is to say also responding, as it were, to the reference. But if you've had a discussion and, Mr. Little, you are ready to go, we have no strong views on the subject. Has there been a discussion at the bar?
There's been limited discussion, milady.
I don't feel strongly about it, but Mr.
Personally,
Mian...
I'm neutral.
All right, well, in that case, Mr. Little, off you go.
All right, thank you. The facts are set out in the usual way in the final reference,
yes,
in some detail, and of course the sentencing remarks are very detailed in relation to the facts. My submissions are also set out in some detail in the final reference.
Yes.
And that document also addresses the well-established applicable principles. Those principles, I submit, are well-known and well-established, and while sometimes slightly different language has been used, the reality is that although this ground is regularly traversed by special court constitutions, it's well set out in Stewart and others at paragraph 19. Before turning to those principles,
For our part, I think the paragraphs we found most helpful are paragraphs 19 and 81.
Yes, quite. Before turning to those principles, though, which I'll only do briefly, can I just make this clear, and I hope realistically? I acknowledge that the judge was very well placed to make each one of his factual determinations. He presided over a very lengthy trial. He made a number of important findings of fact as to what had happened, all of which we rely upon. I also acknowledge that the sentencing remarks are comprehensive, well-structured, and plainly carefully considered. The only error that we submit that was made is the ultimate decision in relation to the first offender. Turning then, if I may, to the relevant principles, which I hope can be distilled as far as this reference is concerned shortly. First, Schedule 21 sets out a detailed framework, but it is not and has never can be exhaustive. The assessment of seriousness is always case-specific, and it must not be applied as a straitjacket, and for reference, really, that's paragraph 19, Roman 6 of Stewart, but it's well established in the other authorities. Second, all cases of murder are serious, some more serious than others. Stewart 19, Roman 8. And third, it is only in a rare situation that a type of case not listed in Schedule 21, paragraph 2 will merit a whole life order. It will and can only do so when it is properly understood to be a case of exceptionally high seriousness in the context of murder cases, and only when just punishment requires it. Again, 19.4. Fourth, it's a remedy of last resort for a very limited number of cases of the most extreme gravity. Again, really 19 Roman 4. And my submissions, I hope, acknowledge and take into account those 4 principles. The question is, was this one of those cases or not? If it was, then the judge was wrong, and if it wasn't, then he was plainly right.
Do you accept as a matter of principle that the manner in which the case is put below by the prosecution may be relevant to the question of undue leniency?
Yes, of course. That's obviously the second authority of Stewart as well, although the prosecution didn't take whole life off the table, if I can use that vernacular. And so I submit I'm not really even in Stewart territory as far as that's concerned. This was not a self-denying statement by the Crown, which does occur, which isn't a bar to a reference, but plainly when highly experienced counsel and a trial judge that sat through a trial have come to a particular conclusion, I accept that the threshold or the incline that I have to address is a high one and a steep one.
I mean, just for the benefit of everybody in court, so we're not talking in code, is it fair to say that whilst the option of a whole life order was one, to use the words of leading counsel, that merited at least serious consideration by the judge, the gravamen of the submission was that this was really particularly high, not exceptionally high offending?
Yes, I accept that. Of course, I'm stating this as a general proposition rather than giving evidence. Of course, until one sees what the judge's ultimate assessment of the facts were, which can sometimes be more serious or conclusions more serious than prosecution counsel are concerned. For example, it can sometimes be conceded that there wasn't an intention to kill, and a judge concludes to the contrary, as in the case of Tustin, in fact, as part of Stewart. But I don't disagree with the general point that Milady's made.
Understood.
To me. This was not a case in which the Crown was saying, although they're perhaps rare case, they're even rarer than the rare cases meriting a whole life order, where the Crown say that the only appropriate sentence is a whole life order. They arise perhaps not in all of the whole life order cases, but I accept that this was not a case where the Crown was saying we submit it's a whole life order or alternatively particularly high seriousness.
You're entitled to say, I think, fairly, the prosecution is making its submissions without knowing what precise findings the judge is going to make for the purposes of sentencing.
Quite. I don't think really that I can develop that any more than the way that Milady's just distilled that. And that has some importance or relevance, or perhaps it's the only ground upon which we make this application is the conclusion of conduct which the judge, who had carefully considered whether to use this noun or not, concluded that this was torture. And it really boils down to this to a certain extent, that it is the extent and the duration of that conduct, not days or weeks or months, but years, which we say, when one stands back and looks at really the way that the judge started his sentencing remarks, and I accept that, of course, it's not the test of whether a case merits a whole life order in the way in which he articulates himself about the courts at the Old Bailey and few cases such as this, because, of course, there are many serious cases tried at the Old Bailey that don't get close to a whole life order. But the findings of fact were significant in this case. And it's not that we are quarrelling with any of them, quite the converse. We submit that it is on those particular facts that the judge did not then go on, we submit, to consider properly the question as to whether to impose a whole life order. Now, I accept he made it clear that he had addressed his mind to it. He was obviously referred to Stewart. All of those points, as it were, can be taken against me. But as the court knows, he simply stated your offending does not come within the class of offending for which a whole life order would be appropriate. I suspect it may be said, well, if the Crown had put their case more fully or strongly in relation to whole life order, perhaps he might have said a little bit more. But it's not clear what he meant by that. Did he mean it doesn't fall within para 2 and therefore I'm not going to impose it? Or did, as it may be said against me could be inferred. He'd been referred to Stuart. He knew what the position was. Is that just a shorthand of saying I've considered it properly? That's, we submit that a judge here, when the Crown were not withdrawing it entirely and given his findings of fact, he could and should have said more. He wouldn't need to have said much more, but he doesn't in our submission make clear whether he's considered on his own findings of fact whether this is one of those rare cases in which a whole life order should be imposed, despite the fact that the case does not fit in to paragraph 2.2 of Schedule 21.
It's difficult to submit that he didn't understand that it was a non-exhaustive list.
I'm not going that far.
No.
But can I really just distill the submission then in this way? It's of course accepted that this conduct did not fall within any of the categories of case that fall within paragraph 2.2, but they are not exhaustive. And this was, we submit, a truly awful case of a murder of a child. It is invidious to enter into comparative exercises about that for obvious reasons. But there must, we submit, come a point at which the balance can and does tilt in favour of the possibility, if not the reality, that a whole life order should be imposed in such a case. And it is not self-evidently limited to a single murder of a child that is premeditated and or planned. The issue here was, in our submission, the judge correctly considered that, as it were, it was not appropriate to start with a starting point of 15 years. One can move from a starting point of 30 to a whole life order case. They are rare, and I acknowledge and accept that the one notable example of when that has happened involved a case that fitted squarely into paragraph 3.2 to start with, in other words, Wayne Couzens, before the panoply of aggravating features elsewhere merited properly a whole life order. But we submit that nor is it the position that it could never be the situation in which one doesn't automatically fit into paragraph 3.2, nor in 2.2, but one could properly impose a whole life order. And in short, we say that when one considers the duration, extent and nature of the offending here, this case does cross that very high threshold of being such a rare case in which a whole life order would be appropriate. And indeed, I have to submit the only appropriate sentence, because that's in essence the threshold I need to cross.
That is the threshold.
Quite.
Anything less, simply not acceptable, you
No,
say.
I
have to say.
I entirely acknowledge that, and I also acknowledge that there could well be a category or species of case in which one judge could impose a whole life order and another judge could impose a very, very lengthy minimum term. That it would be absurd to suggest that you could not have such a situation given the nature of a sentencing exercise. So, as I said, it's a high hurdle and it's a steep incline for me to cross. But standing back and considering the underlying facts here, they are in our submission such as to properly justify and merit categorization as an exceptionally high serious case of murder, and sufficient so that the only appropriate sentence on the findings of fact was a whole life order. But unless I can assist the court any further, I don't think I help the court by, as it were, repackaging the submissions that I've already made orally and that we've set out in writing.
You've been very clear. So those are your submissions on the Solicitor General's reference on Sharif. So, Mr. Meehan, you will deal both with your application and the response, and then, Mr. Little, if you have anything to say in response to the applications,
Yes.
your turn will come at the end of everybody's submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady, my lords. Milady, dealing first of all with the Solicitor General's application,
Yes.
we say, without hesitation, that this is not one of those exceptional cases, and therefore the threshold into a whole life tariff is not crossed. The principles are set out in Stewart. The court will, of course, be more than familiar with each of those principles set out by Lord Burnett in his judgment in the case of Stewart and others. And we say that his lordship, at first instance, having been seized of a trial which lasted a number of weeks, having heard all of the evidence, having heard Mr. Sharif give evidence, and the volte-face that came during his evidence, concluded at paragraph 54 of his sentencing remarks, addressing specifically Mr. Sharif, your offending does not come within the class of offending for which a whole life order would be appropriate. Now, of course, his lordship was referred to Stewart, and of course his lordship was referred to the case of Tustin, which was also dealt with at the same time as Stewart. More of that in due course. But the suggestion that somehow that is an ambiguous statement in some way, or ill-informed in some way, in our submission cannot be sustained. That's so far as the unduly lenient sentence
All right,
is
well then,
concerned.
I'd just like to explore one aspect
Please.
that you haven't mentioned, and that is the judge's finding that there was a lack of intention to kill.
Yes.
Now, it's said against you that there was only scant mitigation when it comes to looking at minimum term, but does it carry weight in the context of consideration of a whole life order? Is there a different contextual or qualitative aspect to consideration of this issue in the different contexts? So is it relevant to whole life order in a way that it might not carry weight in terms of pure mitigation on the murder counts in this particular case?
Milady, I have in mind the observations made in the case of Peters, and that observation in particular is that actually in some instances a lack of premeditation is neither here nor there. A lack of an intent to kill is neither here nor there. But in this particular case, it was advanced on the basis that there was no intention to kill, and that was accepted by the sentencing tribunal. It was advanced by the prosecution. This was not premeditated, and that again was accepted
Well,
by
the death was not premeditated.
Precisely, yes. And so, turning those principles or those observations by his lordship to the question that my lady has posed, we would say that there must be an intention to kill, there must be substantial premeditation in order to assist the application from the Solicitor General to overcome the high hurdle that all parties recognise must be overcome.
I'm not sure that it's as absolute as that, but I'm really just asking whether it's a factor you rely upon in response to the reference.
Lady, yes.
Thank you.
And turning briefly, if I may, to the proposition that this was exceptional. We can all agree, my lady, that this was a tragic case. We can all agree that what Sarah was subjected to was horrendous. Regrettably, it is the case that cases of this nature are not unique.
Well, how does that help you?
We don't say that it necessarily does, but it contextualizes this case insofar as any suggestion being made that it's somehow exceptional. And one has in mind there the case well, there are any number of cases, but in particular, the case referred to in Stewart, that of Tustin.
But I thought you had moved on from the reference now, and you are now addressing your application
Forgive me,
for
I
leave.
haven't. That's just
Right.
one final observation
Fine,
so
thank
far
you. I
as
have it. All
the
right.
reference is concerned.
Thank you.
Does Milady have any questions so far as the reference is
No,
concerned?
thank you.
Thank you. Moving on for the application for leave to appeal against the sentence, on which we say the minimum term of 40 years, which was of course reduced under the slip rule to 38 years and, forgive me, a number of days. That was...
It's all right, we have the days.
Thank you. We say, lady, that that sentence is plainly manifestly excessive. And we say that because what we recognised at the sentencing hearing was that there would be a significant uplift. Our contention was the starting point was 15 years.
You accept today that 30 years was the right starting point?
Milady, we accepted at the sentencing hearing that the notional starting point, and we put it in those terms, the notional starting point, because it didn't fit comfortably, the facts didn't fit comfortably into any of the preceding paragraphs. So the notional starting point was one of 15 years, which we accepted would be subject to a significant uplift. Now, that significant uplift in our submission was made by virtue of the fact that, as paragraph 7 makes clear, there must be consideration of the aggravating features. And so the significant uplift must, in our submission, have been informed by at least some of those aggravating features. An uplift of 15, from 15 to 30. Now, of course, His Lordship rejected the submission, or our contention, that the starting point was 15 years, but that was a notional starting point from our stance because it didn't fit, the facts of the case did not fit comfortably in any of the preceding paragraphs. And so we accept that the starting point is 30 years, particularly high. But that...
Sorry, it's my fault, I'm confused. You say it's a notional starting point of 15, but you accept a notional starting point of 30.
No. The notional starting point is 15 because it doesn't fit comfortably within the preceding paragraphs. But it is just that. It's a notional starting point.
So you accept a term of 30. Is it
Yes.
a starting point of 50, but you accept a term of 30 for aggravating features?
Precisely.
Right, thank you.
And so
as I understand it, you accept the judge was entitled to take his starting point as 30 years.
Absolutely. Our contention is that that starting point of 30 years was informed by the aggravating features.
With respect, that's misunderstanding what starting point is.
Exactly.
Starting point is a creature of statute.
Mm-hmm.
So if it falls within the category, it's 15, it's 25, it's 30, and so on. And so I think your submission is that this, because you said it didn't fit in easily within paragraph 3, and therefore you argue it should have been a starting point of 15, but a sentence of 30 after aggravating factors. It's not a second starting point. But can I just then ask you this? Is the test really just whether the case fits comfortably within the examples, ignoring the fact that the case was obviously exceptionally serious or of very high seriousness, therefore naturally to fall within paragraph 3?
Well, our position was and remains, my lord, that because it didn't fit comfortably into the preceding paragraphs, His Lordship's conclusion that it must be a 30-year starting point, which we accept, was informed, as paragraph 7 of the schedule makes clear, by some of the aggravating features. And so it then says in paragraph 7 that any other aggravating features are then taken into account insofar as they haven't been taken into account to reach the starting point. And so our submission is that, yes, we accept that given the nature of the case, any starting point, 15, would be subject to a substantial uplift. We accepted that, and that's what brought it from the notional, if I can put it that way, or from the starting point of 15 up to 30. The question then becomes, my lord, well, having considered those aggravating features which have resulted in such a substantial uplift, what are the additional aggravating features that then take it to the 40-year threshold? And that's really the nub of it. We accept that there had to be a substantial uplift.
But now, beyond 30 or just up to 30?
Beyond 30.
Right.
Beyond 30.
So some aggravating features take you from 15 to 30, take you from a starting point of 15 years to a term of 30, and you accept that in addition there were some extra aggravating features to load on to the 30, but not up to 40.
Yes.
Right.
And so, and it's stated in terms, in some respects, we say that the considerations that his lordship had in mind are encompassed in the additional aggravating features that his lordship then went on to identify. And that, we say, is in paragraph 54 of his lordship's sentencing remarks, where his lordship makes the following observation. The way that you treated Sarah, culminating in her murder, means that your conduct was of such seriousness as to warrant a 30-year starting point. That's paragraph 54, my lord, of his lordship's sentencing remarks. The way that you treated Sarah, culminating in her murder, means that your conduct was of such seriousness as to warrant a 30-year starting point. Now, in our submission, that course of conduct must encompass many of those later aggravating features which his lordship identifies as pushing it from the 30-year starting point up to 40. And so, in effect, what we are saying is that his lordship, despite saying in terms that he was not double counting, did in actual fact double count. And that is perhaps illustrated if one turns to paragraph 59 of his lordship summing up. Paragraph 59. I have borne in mind that some of the aggravating features in this case also contributed to the conclusion that the 30-year starting point was appropriate, and so I have been careful to avoid double counting. This applies in particular to the mental and physical suffering that was caused before Sarah's death. And here's the nub of this particular submission. Nonetheless, the degree of mental and physical suffering that you caused to Sarah was, in my view, so extreme as to amount to an aggravating factor in this case, and taken together with the other aggravating factors means that a sentence of 30 years would not reflect the gravity of your offending. And so our submission, so far as that is concerned, is that, well, his lordship's clearly identified a course of conduct, and that course of conduct is the suffering, mental and physical, that Sarah was put through. But nevertheless, having used that in order to get to the 30-year starting point, there is in effect an additional consideration of that particular aspect as an aggravating feature when it's already been taken into account to get to the 30-year starting point. And so the question then becomes, well, if that's right, well, how has it been apportioned? When does it become something that can then be taken into an additional factor, aggravating factor, when it's already been taken into account? And many of those other aggravating features that his lordship identified, and they begin so far as Mr. Sharif is concerned from, forgive me, my lady.
Right, 56 and 57.
Thank you very much. From 56 and 57, and then follow through. Before that, 56 and 57, I have no doubt, and Milady, of course, has the point. I don't intend to rehearse them, but there are a number of aggravating features there, which in our submission must be incorporated into the course of conduct that his lordship identified at the very beginning in order to get it to the 30-year starting point. And if that is right, if, for example, the course of conduct includes using restraints, mainly consisting of packing tape and hoods made out of plastic bags, that's point number 6, milady. Use of weapons, that's point number 5, milady. No doubt that Sarah was singled out for harsh treatment, that's number 4. In our submission, each and every one of those particular aggravating features, which are identified as being non-statutory aggravating features, must in our submission be part and parcel of the course of conduct.
That may be so, but if there are so many aggravating factors here, and some of them, albeit dealt with briefly, if you break down into the number of incidents, the duration, the circumstances in which these, for example, restraints were used, is it not legitimate to say, well, of course, it's part of the overall picture that takes us to particularly high offending, level of offending, but there is so much more. There is so much more in this in terms of the extent and nature of the offending that you can take the same factors as a matter of identification as reasons for using them, as it were, the weight of them again to go over. And that's sort of what the judge has done. And it's not a mathematical exercise.
No.
Identifying percentages or figures on it. It's just saying a just and proportionate sentence here with a point of 30. There is so much in here, so much terrible, terrible offending, as you fairly recognise.
Yes.
That's how the judge saw it. What's wrong with that?
Well, my lady, it is of course right that it's terrible offending.
It's not just one restraint, it's not just one weapon. It's not, there's so much to it. So you have to reflect the full weight, don't you?
Absolutely.
The full weight of all of this activity.
Absolutely, and we fully accept that, as we did at first instance. But the reality of it is this, and one, of course, accepts that putting cases next to one another isn't necessarily helpful. But of course, what can't be ignored is the case of Tustin. In that case, as in this case, His Lordship concluded, well, it's the preceding history of violence that is aggravating. It is also a series of subsequent incidents that aggravate, physical violence and so on, videotaping, salt poisoning.
Well, do you want us to, I mean, I hadn't appreciated, no doubt my fault, that there was any particular emphasis being placed on Tustin. Would you like to just take me to the relevant bit that you say would assist us?
Yes.
Please. So we're in Stewart, and we need to look at paragraph.
So far as Tustin is concerned, lady, it is.
Para 174, the discussion on Tustin starts.
Yes. (168).
Thank you very much.
168, my lady, in considering the circumstances of the attack.
168 is Stewart, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
considering the circumstances of the attack which caused Arthur's death, the judge concluded that when Tustin launched the attack, she intended to kill him. The judge reached that conclusion taking account of the amount of force used and because she no longer wanted Arthur in her home. She wanted Hughes to provide for her and her children untroubled by the presence of Arthur. She also failed to get any help for Arthur immediately after the attack. Now, that resonates in the instant case because it was an aggravating feature that Mr. Sharif and indeed his wife failed to get any medical assistance.
I'm looking for a point of principle, Mr. Meehan. What is the point of principle from Tustin that will assist us?
So far as that's concerned, it's perhaps better to turn to paragraph 175.
Thank you.
And this, of course, is headed discussion.
Yes. The judge was right in his observation that only one of the factors identified in 3.2 might have taken the murder into particularly high serious category. So we can read these paragraphs. What is the point that you take from Tustin for us? That
The point that we make, milady, is that despite all of the history, the preceding incidents of violence which are present in the incident case and in Tustin, the starting point of 30 was arrived at, as is clear with our case as well, but having considered aggravating and mitigating features thereafter, the final sentence was one of 29 years. And this is a case in which there was a history of violence. And in our submission, at paragraph 1, and that's echoed in paragraph 175 of the sentencing remarks of His Lordship the Judge at first instance, paragraph 175, it was the antecedent, protracted and serious cruelty which did have an element of sadism that, on the judge's reasoning, firmly placed this case at a minimum starting point of 30 years. And that's paragraph 175, my lady.
Right, well, we will have a look at Tustin, but those are the paragraphs you'd like us to consider.
Yes.
Right.
And so, putting it, I hope, as concisely as I can, but what we say is that there can be little argument that this was a case which warranted a 30-year starting point. In reaching the 30-year starting point, His Lordship the Judge, quite rightly, took into account the preceding history of violence and took into account the statutory aggravating features, the abuse of trust and so on. The subsequent aggravating features, in and of themselves, our primary submission is that they are encompassed within the course of conduct highlighted and identified by His Lordship the Judge.
How can that be right when we've got the fleeing, the disposal of evidence and all the rest of it?
The fleeing...
Yes. How is that part of
and this is actually...
How is that part of the course of conduct preceding death?
The fleeing, the course of conduct, and destruction of evidence. Those we, of course, recognise are aggravating features, but what we say is that they do not warrant an additional 10 years.
So are you saying that anything before death is included in the 30 years and anything afterwards doesn't warrant going up to 40?
Precisely.
You're actually drawing a temporal line like that, are you? Right.
That's the essence of our submission, my lady.
All right, that's helpful, thank you.
Can I be of any further assistance?
No? Anything? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Meehan. Mr. Buzzin, do you wish to follow? No, thank you. Miss Carberry.
My lady, my lords, may I make 4 short points by way of introduction so you know where I am coming from. And then 2 principal submissions. 4 short points. Nothing we say today on behalf of Beinash Batul detracts from the horror of Sarah's treatment by those who were trusted to care for her and from Beinash Batul's role in her murder. We recognise the difficult task the sentencing judge had to undertake in this case. We agree that he was immersed in all the evidence and was therefore uniquely placed to make the findings of fact he did, and we accept that it cannot reasonably be argued that the judge was wrong to find this offending overall to be particularly high in terms of seriousness to support a starting point of 30 years. And I say that taking into account the period of time over which Irfan Sharif meted out violence on Sarah, the cruel nature of the punishments he inflicted over a long period of time, and Sarah's suffering in those terrible final weeks. Moving on from those 4 points then, my lady, if I may, to the 2 principal submissions we make in support of our application that the sentence of 33 years was not a just and proportionate sentence in her particular case. First, Beinash Batul's culpability is significantly lower than her husband's. And although the sentencing judge quite properly recognised her secondary role, he did not, we respectfully submit, give sufficient weight to it. 2, although the judge recognised what he properly referred to as, and I quote, significant mitigating features in her case, unlike the position of Irfan Sharif, we say respectfully that insufficient regard was given to those, so that the right balance between aggravating and mitigating features was not achieved. My lady, may I turn then briefly to the first of those submissions. I'll call it the culpability point.
So in your helpful written submissions, you opened with double counting. Is your focus, in fact, on level of culpability and inadequate regard to mitigation?
Yes. These features are all intertwined, I suggest, my lady.
Well, double counting wouldn't be.
Well, it may be intertwined when one assesses the aggravating and mitigating features. So I will, with your leave, deal with that.
All right.
In the second part of my submissions. Returning, if I may, to the role, the culpability issue. There was no dispute at trial, my lady, that Beinash Batul was a secondary party, and there was no dispute that her participation in assaults on Sarah came close to the end of Sarah's life. Indeed, the judge identified at paragraph 16 the following features of her involvement.
Yes.
Beinash Batul did not stand in Irfan Sharif's way. She did nothing to protect Sarah. And he said to her, "You encouraged and assisted Irfan Sharif in his assaults, although I cannot be sure that until near the end you actively participated in the assaults upon Sarah." And the judge further recognised at paragraph 63 the following: "It is clear that you were sincere when you expressed your horror and concern in the early stages about the way Irfan Sharif treated Sarah, but you did next to nothing about it, and you became used to it and complicit in it. Those are the circumstances, my lady, of how she became involved, and that is in stark contrast, we suggest, to Irfan Sharif's involvement in the terrible treatment of Sarah over a very long period of time as instigator, long-time inflictor of violence and cruelty. His controlling and manipulative character laid bare after 6 days in the witness box, blaming his wife.
My Lord has a
I
question.
can see you.
Weren't there times when she went beyond that, apart from joining in later on, where she was an enabler?
Yes.
So seeing that Sarah was upset and having difficulties, knowing what Sharif was going to do, call him home. Deal with her.
My Lord is quite right, but that was in the final weeks of Sarah's life.
I'm not sure that's right. The calling home, is that right? When did that first start then? I thought that that was an early feature.
But we had, in this case, at trial, telephone evidence in a large schedule, which only went back a matter of weeks or months. The date
Right.
escapes me.
Because
right
it had
now.
been disposed of.
No, it's still very much available, and we can.
No,
certainly-
but why did the records not go back beyond that?
It was the choice of the
Right, I see.
Crown to rely
Okay.
on the call data for that limited period only.
Thank you.
And it was that period of time in the weeks and short months leading up to Sarah's death where the judge, and we accept, was entitled to find as a fact regular calls during the day, which may have been this appellant calling the defendant.
When you say the short months, most of the evidence of her injuries were within the last 2 months.
They were.
Fractures, the burns, the restraint during that period of a few months.
Yes, the medical evidence of the injuries related to injuries that had been inflicted in the 6 or so weeks, my Lord is quite right, leading up to Sarah's death. The evidence of Irfan Sharif's cruel treatment by way of assault and punishment of her came from messages from Batul to her sisters outlining other incidents where Sarah had been cruelly punished and injured. So far as her involvement is concerned, as I said right at the outset, I do not seek to detract from the horror of her treatment or from Beinash Batul's involvement in it. I simply seek to distinguish her involvement from that of the instigator and long-time inflictor of violence and cruelty. And indeed, the sentencing judge found that distinction too. So I won't shirk, of course, from her part, but her part came in those final weeks or so after a long-standing campaign by her husband. My lady, I recognise, of course, as I must, that the provisions of Schedule 21 apply equally to secondary parties. However, in her case, a straightforward application of the framework in Schedule 21 has, I respectfully submit, contributed to a severe end result, which does not appropriately reflect her reduced culpability. And I recognise, of course, as I must, that it is sometimes inapt to compare and contrast sentences, invidious, in fact, as my learned friend for the respondent said. No two cases can ever be the same. However, my lady, we do suggest in her case, this court may be assisted.
Well, give us your best case that you think will assist us outside the principles identified in Stewart.
Well, I rely on the case of Stewart.
Yes.
And the appeal of Emma Tustin. I don't suggest for a moment that it lays down any new principles or guidelines, but we invite the court nonetheless to have regard to it, and in particular to have regard to paragraph 177.
What does that tell us?
It's simply an observation on the facts that in the Tustin case, the unspeakable violence and cruelty against Arthur was at the top end of the scale, taking the quote directly from the judgment.
And so how does that...
I don't suggest that this...
And what's you relying on the result in Tustin saying?
I'm so sorry, my lady.
Sorry, so what do we take from that? So Tustin involved unspeakable violence at the top end of the scale, and so...
which warranted a starting point, clearly, of 30 years. And I also invite the court to consider a paragraph that has been pointed out by Mr. Meehan, 168, that in coming to that conclusion, many aggravating features had already been considered in support of that starting point. I don't, of course, necessarily align Beinash Batul with Emma Tustin, for Emma Tustin was the inflictor of extreme violence, which led to Arthur's death and to the substantial cruelty that preceded it. But her sentence, after a starting point of 30 years was found to be appropriate, was a sentence of 29 years, and the court deemed that to be appropriate. And I simply draw the distinction, my lady, if I may, by referencing the Tustin case, that this distinction can properly be drawn between Beinash Batul's culpability and that of a primary offender.
Well, I think that's common ground.
My lady, then, moving on, if I may.
Just pausing there, on
I'm so
primary
sorry.
offender, your client was also a primary offender towards the later stages. Jointly participating in assault.
Yes, she certainly was jointly.
You said
She was a
secondary,
joint...
and I understand that, but it went beyond being a secondary party, even if a distinction is to be drawn on that basis.
She was jointly charged, jointly convicted of a serious offence. Her role in that offending was different. She had, the sentencing judge acknowledged in his sentencing remarks, a different role to play.
Yes, the point I was just putting was that she participated actively
Yes.
in assaults, and they're set out at paragraph 62 in particular of the
Yes,
sentence.
she did, and again, I don't resolve from that.
Yeah.
The only, if I may, active participation that the court could find as a fact in her case was limited to two examples.
What, the bites?
Yes.
On the arm and the iron?
Yes,
Tying up.
bites on the arm and leg.
Tying up and hooding.
and the iron. So terrible,
And the tying up and hooding.
yes, you're quite right, terrible acts of cruelty and violence. And of course, I
Sorry, I was just talking and I forgot to unmute the mic. Yes. So when exactly I step away, there is. See you very soon. Maria, have good luck on the dentist. So there is a jury question incoming. So that might give us a little bit of an insight of where they are, and that means they are indeed working through lunch. I am trying to text people, just saying jury question to see. Oh, Paul is here. Good. I don't need to text Paul and Denise. That's awesome. You guys are already here. I'm just making sure jury instruction, jury question. So it's incoming at any moment now, and that will give us like a pretty view of where they are. Oh, you were lurking. Okay, good. I just DM'd you as well, just to say that there is a jury question. Oh, okay. So wait. What sounds horrible? No, that's fine. I think. I mean, you do. So, oh, it is freezing in this house today. This is crazy. It's just the weather just like goes like up and down and up and down. I wonder what the question is because we already had two questions. The first question was what kind of PPU you used and how was it? How many magazines or bullets that would how many bullets the magazine holds? That was the second question. So technically this is the third question. Oh, am I making so many noises? Oh, I don't... Hang on, might be the court noise, not me. Oh no, court is actually has muted, which is interesting. How am I making noises? Is it bad noises or what kind of noises that I'm making? Well, I'm making a loud noise. I don't think Samantha popped in yet. I haven't seen her yet today. Oh, sorry. It's okay. Sorry, I do need to stop the chair. I wonder what question is to get warm making noises. Yes, that's a bit better explanation. I wonder which question it is. I know I have court muted. It's just because there's that sound that sounds like it's raining, and it's already enough that I am listening. I don't want you two guys to have to listen to me. Plus that sound on top, it's not a good mix. So we are just waiting. I think I don't know why, but this judge doesn't like is not doing white noise. That's it. What are words today? Pipe. Excuse. I will put you in a timeout, Zio. You know what? I'll put you timeout for 10 seconds. There we go. Oh no, I can see still the other. I can still put you for 10 seconds. I'm joking, my friend. Oh, that is funny. Hey, you're back. See, 10 seconds wasn't that bad. Zia was in the naughty corner. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm really enjoying doing that. Yeah, can you see? There you go. Oh, your first time out! Yay! See, I am not ashamed to give you a timeout, Zio. Probably to other people I am a little bit scared, but you, I have the confidence to put you on a timeout. I am just weird. So, what I was saying before, or, well, see, well, we are not bad yet. I hope we are never. So what I was gonna say is this judge doesn't like to do the questions on camera. It's always a little bit after I think they gave them the answers. So I'm just keeping an eye still on the feed, and we're gonna probably I came too early into the feed of to watch it. But yeah, um, yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, Ivan is amazing, but yeah. Oh, that's awesome. That is really good. I was like, I really want to start doing UK cases again and covering like sentencings and and appeals thing. Yeah, we'll go back when we finish with this jury question. We'll go back, but I want to see this jury question because it's gonna tell us pretty much where they are standing. I think after, sorry, 1 second, after 3 hours today of deliberations and an hour yesterday, so it's about 4 hours so far altogether. Oh, hi Jordan. Hello. Good to see you. Nice to meet you. Your mom is amazing, by the way, and I've heard a lot about you, and you are amazing too. So, hello. Garden Bot also says hello from the faraway corner where he is. He says hello. So, yeah. So that's gonna give us a bit of an insight where we are in the chair of chill. Yeah, of what the jury is. Because it's been 5 hours and hi. Um so yeah, it's been 5 hours, about 5 hours and a half now of altogether. So I was doing the math because that's the math kind of Denise does. It's an hour per day of deliberations. That and that would be roughly normally the average. So well, oh yeah, I need to start ticking people off, sadly. Sorry. No, Paula, you still in the game. 3 to 5. Because the clock resets. On the second day the clock always resets when we go over 2 days, because I have to reset the clock. So we've decided in the very beginning that if we start a new day of deliberations, the clock always resets to the beginning. So at the moment there is Denise, Case One, Lois, and Paula in the game at the moment. So sadly the people have gone bye bye for the game. I'm sorry. Maybe on the next one, maybe on the Nichole one, you never know. It's fun. I think it also might. I actually did not play this one because I was still undecided on my own verdict, but to be fair, I don't win it really. So yeah, Lovis might be a winner again. Win the chicken dinner. Sorry, that was weird. Oh, I said exactly the same thing. That is hilarious. I said exactly the same thing, but yeah, never mind. um, what was I gonna say? I don't know. I got confused now. Oh yeah, I did not play because I was not 100% sure, but I don't win ever because it's not fair. Yeah, the time range is the because it gives you a better probability of winning the time range instead of a specific time. It's always yeah. I'm gonna gift myself. I already gift myself too much with to say, oh, it's just a treat. um, so time range, I think it is helpful. I agree with you, Paula. Lois, sorry, and Paula. Because it's gives you more chances, and I want some people to win. I want people to be able to win the game, and um, oh, I know. There is always like verdict forms and picking a foreman or forewoman and all of that stuff. It is not always simple, straightforward. Even though that some cases, it is, but they are quicker. And then the guiltiness of the defendant in some cases is more than others. Like for example, thinking out loud, the Megan Boswell case, it was rather quickly because the sheer amount of evidence against her was double or quadruple more than there was for Jason, in my opinion. So, oh, I love paperwork. I am a paperwork girly. I like last year I did all the admin for Garden Bot on his business, and I loved it. Doing invoices, doing the financial reports, doing the I did like a spreadsheet for all his earnings, all his outgoings, and would do the calculation automatically for the tax and for everything. Oh, I was on point. I loved it. I absolutely. Uh, oh no, I'm just a nerd. And I'm doing the same thing for because of YouTube side, because in the UK and also in America it's considered to have your own business. So I have to do my own taxes. So I've already built my own spreadsheet of my accounts where I can just put the amount and it does all the calculations automatically. So yeah, sorry. I am definitely a nerd. I'm sorry. I apologize for my nerdiness street over here. But it's good. I like paperwork. It is fun. I can just put some music or something in the background, and it's just there and doing it. And it is. I don't want us like Garden Bot. Garden Bot. His name. Him, my husband, Jed. He doesn't like paperwork. He runs away from paperwork like our like what like chicken runs from a person. He doesn't like it. He hates it. Paperwork, if he doesn't has to do it. Jed Clooney, yeah. If he doesn't has to do it, he won't do it. So it's absolutely, you will run, you will find any excuses, and you will postpone it to the end to do it. Which sometimes annoys me, because then it's just like, oh, I need to do paperwork, I need to do paperwork, I need to do it, and the deadline. Like for example, we in UK you have to file your taxes if you are self-employed until the 31st of January. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. He cooks and he does very great things in crafts. He's a very good craftsman. Either like with building things or just like leather stuff, or the drawing, resin printing, and all that stuff. Definitely is amazing in that. But the tax year is you have to file until the 31st of January every year. So what he used to do was, on the last week of January, he would panic, literally panic to the high heavens, that he was like, oh, I need to sort out my accounts, I need to like find all the receipts, find everything. And last year we filed for example, this year is 24-25, and we literally filed to the on we're gonna be filing it literally on April, when the financial year ends. So because I prefer doing that, because then if you have to pay something to the tax man, you can do throughout the month and you don't have to pay it in one go, which is better financially. So you don't have, like for example, if you have to pay IRS, for example, you can do like in installments, and instead of having to pay everything in one go, and I prefer doing that. But no, there's a lot of people who just leave it for the last minute, and absolutely cringes me, and I don't like that. Oh, definitely, it's a very big bonus, Lois, of him being a craftsman. I think I've shown, but I need to show. I can take a pictures and post on the community tab. Literally just outside of our house, he built a whole shed where he keeps some of his tools and stuff. So and he built it from the ground up, and it's absolutely amazing. And it's been there for like sorry, I will not say that word again. I'm sorry, Paula. Forgive me for my mistakes. I am so sorry. But to be fair, I'm gonna be controversial right now. I really like doing taxes. Um, I know. I'm sorry. Please don't go away. Just yeah, I really like and I enjoy it. I was actually just that's a bad word. Uh, so just before I started doing this YouTube thing, and I still want to do it, but I just finding time. I was doing an accountant course, to do being an accountant, being a bookkeeping. Um, I think everyone likes that went like that, Paula. Definitely for sure. When you get a refund, I think everyone loves it. To be fair, yeah, 100%. So I still want to do it, but it's just finding the time to do the course now. It's a little bit hard, but I do have until 2026 to get it done. So it is not that hard or impossible. What? So, oh, Nancy, hi. Oh wow. Nice. Oh, that glad you. Yeah, and the thing is, people, at least in the UK side, because it's the system that I'm learning and that I'm doing is the UK side of taxes. It seems like a big, massive, animal head with seven heads or something like that, or just something crazy like big thing, but when you actually realize what you're doing and like, all the procedures and everything, which I find interesting, it makes sense. And it is like, for example, in the UK, if you work from home, there are certain things that you can claim back because you work from home. So a proportion of like the time that I'm spending literally on stream, all that time, all the electric, internet, consumables that I use, I can claim that back. In terms of a business expense. So which absolutely I like it, and I like people don't realize that. For example, me working doing stream on trials that I do Monday to Friday, all those like 8 hours, 7 hours, 9 hours, I can claim those hours back to go towards like rent, maintenance, office chairs and stuff like that. I can claim all of that back. So yeah, so it's just knowing and what you're doing and knowing what you can and what you can't do. But the language and the terminology that they use sometimes is what gets you, and it's the most hard thing to understand is that it's the language that they use, and then sometimes they, yeah, confuse. So yeah, I do like it. Lol, that as it's not that you could do something, could you? I don't think that would be ethical, right? Or well, but the thing is, if you are honest with them, they're gonna be honest back with you, or they don't do anything to you because it's just something that everyone does. True, it's probably not the most great experience, but in the end, it's something that we all have to do. It's taxes. But at least in the UK, I don't know, but I do want to read into US, the IRS and taxes and how it works, but when I have a free moment, which probably will be never at this rate, uh, this is the type of things that I like. I really like reading and learning new stuff, and I am a nerd at heart. I have got issues. Um, that I need to stop having an ideas of what to do and read and everything. And if I could, I would do more, but it's sometimes the time and the laziness also sometimes plays in that too. But yeah, so we're still waiting on this question to come. I mean, well, if they don't come within the next couple minutes, I think we um go back to the UK hearing and see what's happening, and then we'll revert back. So I don't know. Well, I hope not. Could be. But there um so it could be hung because it's been a hot minute to be fair. um I'm hoping not, because the thing is, if it is a hung jury, I don't think they will probably charge him again. I don't know. Um, so it's just okay. There's nothing on X. I could. Oh, 1 second. Oh, that's very anticlimactic. So we know. So the jury question, right? They're not gonna come back on the thing. The jury question was, one of the jurors needs to leave by 3 p.m. So I think we might even go into Monday deliberations. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, you can have lunch. I'm gonna hang out here until 3 p.m. Eastern. So yeah. No, it's all right. I know. So they normally finish at 4 anyway. So by 3 p.m., which is in 2 hours, right? Is it that in 2 hours? 3 p.m. Yeah, I know. Isn't it 3 hours? 3 hours. Thank you. See, maths, and I want to do a taxes. No, it's not central. This one is Eastern. Boy, you're confusing me. It's 2 hours. I thought that was right. For once, I was right, and I doubt myself. No, thank you very much. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is in New Hampshire. Yeah, it is 2 hours then. So okay, so in 2 hours, we might or might not. Yeah, the other one is central. Yes, Nichole is central. This one is eastern. Yeah, yes, my love. Yeah. So I know, Paul. I'm so sorry. I keep bouncing like a basketball. Sorry, my apologies. Right. Knowing this, let's get started again with our UK hearing. Because I can stop hearing the white noise in my ear, and it is not comfortable. So I am starting to think, actually, guys, that we might not have a verdict today. I think we might have to roll on a Monday verdict in this case. Which is gonna be pretty wild, because yet again, Monday might be a short day again in the Nichole case. Oh my days. So, yeah. And I don't think, like, and the thing is, people on the chat were saying it's an alternate. No, alternates have been excused at this point, so it cannot be an alternate. It's one of the deliberating juries. So I think that might be someone like stuck on something and not wanting to change. It might be a hung jury after all. It might be because I am assuming that there was a verdict. If they are already saying that the juror needs to live by 3 p.m., I'm not seeing a verdict coming today. Because I'm just thinking, right? If they are already saying that in 2 hours one of them needs to leave, that means that in 2 hours there's a very high probability that they are not going to have a verdict. Right? Now, I might be reading too much into it. That's my thinking. Because if they are saying that now, why saying that now unless or when it's actually 3? Because they could have just said closer to 3 p.m. Yeah, that you needed to leave or something. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know in chat. We'll start again the hearing that we were doing of the appeal of the sentence appeal for the father stepmom of Sarah Sharif. It's a UK case appeal. So let's carry on.
In this submission, the element of double counting, if indeed it can properly be called that. We recognise that an assessment of aggravating and mitigating features is not a mathematical calculation, but here the judge, although he did not spell out the calculation, significantly increased that sentence from 30 to reach a minimum term of 30 years. And in doing so...
Sorry, 33.
33.
Yeah.
In doing so, we respectfully submit that he gave too much weight to the aggravating features and too little weight to the mitigating features. We invite the court to consider that the 30-year starting point is already elevated because it is reserved for cases of particularly high seriousness. It must, as this court recognised in Tustin, take account of the many aggravating features which support that starting point. And various features interlink in this case, and to use a shorthand, I think they've been pointed out by Mr. Meehan as points 4, 5 and 6. Some horrific features of this offending, such as the use of restraints and the use of a weapon, be it a pole or a mobile phone. Those are two examples of items used by Mr. Sharif. The learned judge correctly described the appellant's mitigation as significant and later suggested that the impact of much of it was limited. My lady, we say it was both substantial and significant, and it was not properly reflected in the final determination.
What's the significance of saying substantial and significant? What's the difference? Substantial and significant versus significant? Right, okay.
There was plenty of mitigating features in her case. And more than that, her mitigating circumstances go to the very heart of why she became entangled in such a dysfunctional relationship, why she stayed in it, and why she, as the judge said, became so used to Irfan Sharif's appalling treatment of Sarah that she became complicit in it and, I recognise, actively participated in it. Briefly, my lady, we invite the court to find that the following features, properly identified, of course, by the judge, merited more recognition. Number one, the coercive and controlling nature of the relationship with a man who was considerably older than her. My lady, of course, will be aware, and my lords, of coercive relationships being specifically allowed for in the bench book. It is very unlikely, looking at this young woman and the nature of her past, that she would have come before the courts for offences such as these, as horrific as these, towards a child, had she not been in that relationship. And she was vulnerable when they met, only 20 years old, with a history of depression and isolated from her family as a result of honour-based abuse. That family, my lady, her own mother and sister, further encouraged her to stay in the relationship when she told them about his abuse of Sarah. She was trapped, she felt, and despite attempts to leave and seeking legal advice, she stayed. And it was in those circumstances, whilst looking after 5 other children, that she became involved and complicit and participated in this offending. My lady, in the final careful analysis of her particular circumstances, we invite the court to conclude that the sentence imposed is simply too long, that it does not justly reflect her role and her particular culpability and her significant mitigation. My lady, may I assist you any further?
You've been very clear and helpful. There are a number, and this is no criticism, far from it, but do we take it that you maintain all of the points in your written submissions?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Mr. Ivers.
Great. My lady, my lords, this is an appeal by Faisal Malik.
It's an application for leave.
An application for leave, sorry. In relation to the 16-year sentence passed upon him
Yes.
for an offence under Section 5 of the 2004 Act.
Yes.
Causing or allowing the death of a child. Can I firstly, just dealing with the parameters of what the evidence was, quote from the learned sentencing judge from page 4 of the transcript, in terms of what, and it's 4E, what evidence there was to inform the decisions around sentence. The only credible evidence of events from 2019 until the period immediately before Sarah's death comes from three sources. First, they are recovered WhatsApp messages that were sent by Bainash Batul to her sisters. Second, there is evidence from the family's neighbours and from teachers, staff, and a parent at Sarah's primary school. Third, there is evidence that you, Irfan Sharif, gave after you had abandoned the lie that you'd never assaulted Sarah. Your evidence must, however, be regarded with a great degree of scepticism, since even after you'd made admissions, you continued to conceal the true extent of your cruelty towards Sarah, and you were not truthful about the involvement and knowledge of the others. I think you might easily add to that list of three the various scientific and medical evidence which was undoubtedly before the court in what was an extremely thorough investigation, as you can imagine it would be. The result of that investigation and those factors in relation to Faisal Malik, I deal with the learned judge's conclusions at paragraph 7, it's page 3 of the application. The judge sentenced the applicant on the basis that he did not cause Sarah's death, but rather failed to take reasonable steps to protect her from the risk of serious physical harm being caused to her. Next, he could not be sure that the applicant played any active part in the ill treatment of Sarah. He observed that there was no evidence at trial he had done so. C, much of the abuse of Sarah took place before the applicant arrived in the UK in December 2022. And lastly, that the judge could not be sure that the applicant was present for all of the assaults on Sarah. Indeed, he was sure that he was not. What was left then, and we don't, contrary to what the respondent's notice says, that we don't accept the factual findings, far from it, we do accept the factual findings. As I put it in paragraph 12, the problem is, having made those findings, we suggest the sentence arrived at did not properly reflect them. And so what it was left with is that he must have had knowledge of a number of very serious assaults, because he was living at a relatively small address.
All right. So 3 hours and 31, and here we go. Court is already in session. We are on, and here we go, guys. Here we go. Can you hear me, Paula? Test, Paula. One, two, Paula. Yes, Maria's here. I'm texting everybody.
All rise for the 27th.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Are we ready to bring the jury out?
We are.
Before we do that, I would just like to say a few words to the folks in the gallery. In a few minutes, we're going to be receiving the jury's verdict. I just want to remind you about the importance of the decorum of the proceedings and that you're to refrain from any outbursts or emotional responses whichever way the verdict turns out. So thank you. And with that, let's bring out the jury, please. Please make sure all your phones are on silent.
All rise, jury entering.
You may be seated. Madam Clerk, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Foreperson, could you please stand? Thank you, sir. As to the first charge ID, 228154C, which charges Jason Levesque with the offense of attempted murder, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
And the verdict is not guilty. All members of the jury, so say you all? Yes.
Yes.
Attorney Davenport, would you like the jury poll?
No.
And as to the second charge ID 228155C, which charges Jason Levesque with the offense of first-degree assault, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
And the verdict is guilty on first-degree assault. So say you all members of the jury.
Yes.
Attorney Sisti, would you like the jury poll? Thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes your official jury service. At this point, I would ask you if you wouldn't mind staying for a few minutes in the jury room afterwards. If you have time, I'd like to come back and just have a few words with you afterwards. So I'll be with you shortly. Can you please ask the jury to be removed? Or have the jury removed?
Please rise.
Oh, you can all. Counsel, is there anything further we need to discuss at this point?
Your Honor, with the attempted murder case resulting in an acquittal, we will ask the court to schedule a bail hearing so that we may be out on bail pending sentencing. They ask that it be sentenced, that we have that bail hearing within 10 days, first or second week of April.
Counsel, do you have a position on that?
Yeah, I accept that it's a material change of circumstances, and I don't object to the bail hearing, but certainly doesn't maintain our position.
I think that makes sense. I mean, you're aware of what the standard is at this point, it's, that this court has to apply. And so I will give you that hearing. So, Madam Clerk, do you have a date for when we can schedule a bail hearing?
We can do April 4th, if that works for everyone.
The 4th of April, I think, would work. That would be the best I can do the next week on the trial mentioned.
We could do 11:30 if that works for everyone.
Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Thank you all.
Oh, Wow. Oh, sorry. Have a great weekend, Nancy. Oh, absolutely. Wow. Um, so he got guilty on the lesser charge, which was a second-degree assault charge. Got not guilty on the bigger charge on the attempted of unaliving. That was I am in fear. If I was Kyle right now, I would move if they haven't had moved yet. Um, it's I definitely agree that he needs to have a restrict access to pew pews, but uh, that would have been coming from the I don't know the hearing maybe on the assault charge. So yeah, so the thing is, I'm gonna declare yet again for the second time with the not guilty verdict, Denise as the winner of the verdict game on this trial, on the Jason Levesque trial. Um, Absolutely incredible that yet again the two not guilty cases that we have. I think next time we all should wait for Denise to say her verdict and then go through what she says. And Garden, you not in short, but that's fine. So the max for attempted assault, I think it's a class B felony. So a quick church felony new Hampshire sentence. It's well, it's still years, as 3.5 to 7 years can also result to fine. um but I think it depends on what it is, but they are already applying for a hearing. They can also be probation, up to 5 years. So it depends, I think, maybe on a PSI done, and everything on that case. So it all depends, I think. And he as well with the time that he has been. Yeah. Oh, have a great week, and I'll see you Monday, Sherry. So yeah, so it could be even time served because he's already been, even though it has been barely a year probably that he has been in, but still that will go through towards the whatever sentence. Fair enough, Paula. But congratulations, Denise. I'll be in touch with you, girl. Or you, if you want, you can nominate anybody else to receive the price, but it's up to you. But and we so do we, Paula. Actually, me and Garden Bot, we are gonna take advantage and have a date night too. But I am shooketh yet another not guilty. I think I need to learn from Denise how to do verdict watches, because I absolutely do. I'm not good at this, but I don't know. In a way, I am not too mad about this as I was with Colin, because I think Colin was way more evidence that probably wasn't a self-defense. And I know Denise will get at me on chat, but don't get on me. Don't come for me, Denise, please. I'm shooketh. But in a way, I would think maybe a lesser charge, not a not guilty. So that is a bit shooketh to the core, indeed. But yeah, I mean, it's poof, absolutely shooketh case right now. I'm kind of glad in a way that now it's done and dusted. We don't have to come back to on Monday to Jason, and we can just focus now on our new trial, the Nichole Rice trial. But it was a shooketh rap on it. This doesn't mean that he can go home tonight. He's still in jail. So on April 4th, they gonna have a probation a hearing for a bond hearing for him to get out on bond while waiting sentence for the lesser charge. So it's not like Colin is just gonna be going home tonight. I am kind of also glad it was a goodish trial, but it wasn't the best trial because of the delays, the breaks, the whole craziness of the oh of the delays and the sound wasn't perfect. So yeah. Oh, are you are you okay? Please be safe, my friend. No, I haven't heard any update on the dad's health. I tried to search, but it's not even on the local news stations or anything. So, but in a way, I'm kind of glad that the dad did well survive the incident, and hope he's still alive and he's well. Now, Jason can probably maybe hopefully this was what Jason needed to scare him and maybe change, and I would consider him very strongly to move far away. Maybe he needs to go to California and Kyle needs to stay in Florida, so they are on opposites. I hope that he, like Colin, I hope they both learn from this experience and improve their lives and not find themselves in a courtroom anytime soon. I mean, but here we are. We're still gonna be following. Maybe not the bond hearing. We're not gonna probably following that. But the sentence, I need to find out when the sentence is gonna be scheduled to. We'll be follow that just to give a nice bow wrap on this case. Eventually, whenever it comes to it. But that is it. I think we are gonna also, if you guys don't mind, I am gonna leave the stream here, because I would like to enjoy an evening night out with Garden Bot. We are gonna go to probably to our favorite restaurant, Wagamama's, a ramen place. We're just gonna enjoy a date night. We try to do like at least once a week, and since today we have an early day on stream, if you guys wouldn't be too upset with me, I would take the night off. Would that be okay with you guys, or do you want me to stay? Well, I kind of have the last word anyway, but but yeah, I am gonna take advantage of this. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you, appreciate every single one of you. Yeah. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. I'll see you on Monday at whatever time court it is. But yeah, have a good week, and I'll see you Sunday for members videos, and I'll see you soon. Bye, everyone.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.